all-round player, opening the batting here, and of course bowls a bit as well. In this instance, she'd be looking to get a good start.
Well, I'll tell you what, Zyda James, she's a quality left-arm spinner, Kadir. She's not a part-timer. She's a frontline bowler.
Short delivery down the leg side. A waft Zyda James had at it. And no signal from the umpire, so it seems to gotten some glove on that one. So a chance going down. Wicketkeeper Collymore not holding on. But it brings to the end the first over at the end of it. Windward Islands being asked to bat first. They are 8 without loss.
Yeah, so a very eventful over indeed. We had a couple of wides, we had a boundary, and then we had a catch going down by the wicketkeeper. So everything in that over, luckily for Zyda James, that the wicketkeeper wasn't able to hold that in. That was a poor delivery on leg stump. She could have hit that any way she wanted, possibly just going for a bit too much muscle rather than trying to get the placement right, could you?
Yeah, just maybe just swiveling on that one. Fine leg was a lot straighter on the square leg inside the circle, but missed out. But Collymore, she would be ruining that opportunity. Zyda James is not someone you want to be giving chances to.
And we'll just have to wait and see how costly it is, because Zyda James, she's on 5 at the moment, so we will be keeping a track as to how she progresses in terms from that drop chance.
So it's Chrisan Howell. Chrisan Howell picking up the attack. New ball from the northern end.
So Chrisan Howell, right arm medium piecer, bowling from the northern end.
Good delivery, punched out into the cover region, no run. A good start there from Howell. 2 dot deliveries to start with.
So Howell going hard lengths there, just about that 5-meter mark. But Zyda James showing all the class that she's got there. Rocks onto the back foot and plays it pleasantly out to that cover position. But there's no run.
Another back of a leg delivery. Good start here from Howell. Let's take a quick look at the field. There's a slip in play. A slip, a backward point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, square leg, and a fine leg.
Well, it's a first in terms of any team taking the opportunity to have a slip in place. But this one is uppercut, and it goes into the third man boundary for 4 runs. So short and wide from Howell. Zyda James uppercut that delivery over that slip position there. She deliberately played that shot, and 4 valuable runs for her team, the Windward Islands.
Yeah, purely intentional from James. Third man was inside the circle, went hard at it, and picked up another boundary. Her second. She's on to 9, takes the score now up to 12 without loss. Pretty good start here from the Windward Islands team. And another solid defensive looking shot from James. She seems to be so organized, so compact. And that opportunity, Anil, just have to wait to see how much it's going to cost the Barbados team. This one is guided away. Quick single. And good response there from Marcelin. Able to complete a quick single and brings to the end the second over. It's 13 without loss.
Yeah, so Zyda James showing us here what a quality player she is indeed. That last delivery was short and wide. She just rocked into the back foot and played it very late indeed. And it went down to that short third man position. She was able to rotate. So Zyda James, she's profited from that drop chance in the first over. She's on to 10 from 9 deliveries. And more important for Windward Islands, she has retained the strike. Could you?
Yeah, that'll be a good thing from Windward Islands perspective.
And I was just looking at the wicketkeeper in the last over there, and she was just indicating that Howell was getting that ball to leave the left-hander. She was just indicating to the first slip fielder.
Well, it's Calendar again from the southern end. And good delivery just inside the wide line.
Yeah, this pitch just seems to be two-piece at this stage here. That ball not carrying to the wicketkeeper, dying very quickly after pitching.
Yeah.
So it may not be a bad opportunity to have first strike on this pitch here.
This one is down the leg side, wide signal by the umpire. The Calendar not really getting her lines and lengths right early on, a mixed bag so far. Of course, she's one of the leaders of the Barbados team. Asabi Calendar should have had some experience with the West Indies under 19 team.
So she does have a lot of experience. All she needs to do now is just get the reader right here. She has presented one or two anxious moments for Zaida James in the last over.
This one is a good delivery again, played out to backward point, a bit of a yes-no, and able to come through for a pretty tight single, I would say. Marcelin didn't seem to be backing up all that well.
Well, that ball was played straight to that backward point position, and I'm sure Marcelin would have be looking at what was taking place there. So that possibly resulted in the indecision. But at the end of it, thankfully, no damage was done, and they were able to get through for a single.
Yeah, all's well that ends well. James is on to a runner ball 11, 15 without loss. It is. Namaya Marcelin, just a single so far. This one again down the leg side. Again signal wide by the umpire.
And this is one of the challenges for these bowlers, Kadir, at any level of the game. When you have both a left-hander and right-hander on strike, it does take a lot of skill to be able to recalibrate your lines and lengths when there's rotation of the strike. So Calendar just struggling a bit here when there's rotation.
This one lifting just outside the off stump, a play and a miss. And there from Marcelin.
So Marcelin going back and across, trying to crash that ball through that backward point position, making absolutely no contact, and it goes into the mid of the wicket keeper.
Yeah, wideish first slip in a skipper Holder, Trishan Holder.
Well, very interesting indeed. It's the first time in the tournament I've witnessed any team in this tournament taking the opportunity to have that aggressive field placement in a slip.
And on the body, worked away on the onside, and a direct hit. And Marcelin got home in the end. But good cricket all around here from both teams. Turning it away. And there was the square leg fielder coming in and picking up, and a bullseye throw at the non-striker's end. But luckily for Marcelin, she was home.
Yeah, Marcelin possibly was caught ball watching there rather than trying to get a bat inside the line there, Kadir. But excellent feeling indeed from the fielder at that square leg position. Coming in very quickly indeed and rifling a return and hitting the middle stump out of the ground.
It brings James back on strike. This one is crashed through the cover point region. That is going to be another boundary. Pleasant looking shot from Zaida James. And Anil, I'm sure this is going to make you feel a lot better. Look at it.
Well, it's a shot of a master player, Kadir. That ball was full and wide, and she square drove that ball between backward point and beating cover to the right. She threaded that ball beautifully through that gap there at backward point. But Zaida James, she profits from another boundary, so that takes the score on to 21. So the Windward Islands moving along very steadily indeed here.
Yeah, excellent indeed. And this one again, solid in defense is Zyda James. At the end of 3, Windward Islands 21 without loss. James already 3 boundaries to her name, feasting on anything loose, and she's on to 15 from 13 already, Anil.
Yes, Ida James playing the shot of the morning. They're square driving that delivery there through that backward point region. And this young lady, you know, she does have immense potential, you know, having represented the West Indies at international level. So I'm sure that experience playing at that level would have done her the world of good. And we are seeing that maturity that she's brought to this Windward Islands team. So her presence in the Windward Islands setup, you know, will definitely add a lot of value for Trinidad and Tobago. Janaba Joseph, you know, she will also be added to the TNT team. So all these players who have represented the West Indies in the latest ODI against the Ireland women's team, they would have gone back to the team. Ashmini Munisa, I'm sure she's going to be part of that Guyana team as well. So very good indeed, you know, that these players, having done their international duty, goes back to their respective territories and try and assist their team in terms of the tournament, adding value.
Well, it's going to be Howell again from that northern end. But yeah, definitely, you know, I like the fact that these girls would have represented the senior team, West Indies senior team, and come back down a step, if you like, at the under 19 level. But it's good because at the end of the day, it's all about development. And the more cricket you play, it's always going to do your chances a lot better. And so I like that, you know, the fact that they've come back to their respective islands and bringing that experience. And I'm sure the other players too can benefit, you know, from that. They just being around these girls and learning a bit or two from them. Wide delivery there from Howell. A lot of extras so far from Barbados. I think that's about the 6th wide so far in just 3.2 overs.
Well, the last encounter between Windward Islands and Trinidad and Tobago, the Windward Islands gave away 40 extras, 35 wides and 5 no balls.
Yeah, playing a miss there from Marcelin, but that's a lot better from Howell. A fuller delivery. Of course, there is a slip in place. There's a slip, a backward point. Extra cover, mid-off, mid-on.
Well,
mid-wicket.
The field is really at a second slip position. She's not in the conventional first slip position. And this one is driven down to mid-off. Excellent fielding indeed. Sliding across this lush outfield here at the National Cricket Centre. So Marcelin getting a half volley there, trying to thread it through that extra cover region. But excellent work at mid-off, restricting the scoring to just a single. So that single takes the score to 23. Zyda James, she's on 15. She comes into strike. And Nehemiah Marcelin, she is on 3. So the Windward Islands being inserted here at the National Cricket Centre, taking every opportunity to press ahead. They've been very aggressive. They've been very aggressive in their stroke play as well as their running between the wickets.
Another short delivery down the leg side again, signal wide by the umpire. So yes, Anil, definitely it seems to be posing a real challenge here for the bowlers to adjust to that left hand, right hand combination. It's a bit of a challenge for the seniors as well. So, you know, the under 19 girls, I'm sure they're going to have a bit of difficulty in doing so.
But at any level of the game, that adjustment, you know, sometimes proves to be very, very difficult indeed. And Howell, possibly not having a lot of experience playing at this level as well, you know, is being challenged to get it right. And this one, she's trying to pull that ball through mid-wicket, possibly playing a tad too early there, but a loud appeal from Howell. Umpire not interested.
Brings to the end. Over on number 4. It's 24 without loss. And yeah, just a quick look there. Some dark clouds just overhead. Rolled in here at the cricket center here in Balmain-Couva. Not posing any threat at this time. Nice cool conditions. So if you're just joining us here, the Barbados team winning the toss and choosing to bowl first. 4 overs gone. It's 24 without loss. Pretty good start from Zyder James and Nehemiah Marcelin. And James around about 15. Marcelin 3 from 9. It's going to be a Sabi calendar again from the southern end. Good delivery. Full delivery. Driven out to the offside. So they've removed that slip. Field is a third man, a backward point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, square leg, and a fine leg. Short delivery again down the leg side. Calendar really struggling with her radar here. Not really stringing together. Couple of good deliveries. Calendar again. Down the leg side, but this one just coming off the body of Marcelin. A leg by signal there by the umpire. Score goes up to 26 without loss. Very, very solid start from the Windward Islands. Short and wide, and James just missing out. Thought delivery from Calendar. She'd want a lot more in that area. Of course, this Barbados team coached by a very experienced Dexter Toppin. Full toss, driven away. Good fielding at backward point. No run. That was another full toss from Calendar. Sun back out here at the National Cricket Centre. Dark cloud just moving further east. Another good delivery from Calendar. Into a third over, already gone for 17. Had that early chance, the very first over. Zyder James, short delivery down the leg side, and wicketkeeper Collymore spurring that chance. Caught away. Third man is coming around, and we'll keep it down to just a single. So a good end to the over there from Calendar and Barbados. At the end of 5, Windward Islands move up to 27 without loss. James with a fluent 16 of 19 so far. And Marcelin just 3 singles. But those girls are just taking this opportunity to refresh themselves. A couple of reserves on the park. It's going to be Howell, Christian Howell, to continue. In for her 3rd over. Christian Howell.
So the sun is really beating down here at the National Cricket Centre. It has definitely improved in the last 20 minutes. And it's ideal conditions for an exciting game of cricket between the Barbados team and the Windward Islands. So it's going to be Zyda James.
Turned away on the onside. I'm thinking about 2, James. She's going to come back for easy 2 runs. And Dean doing the fielding. He's a 3rd man, no fine leg.
So Howell just going onto the pads of Zyda James. She just moved inside the line, used that subtle wrist, and she worked it down into acres of space down at that fine leg position. She gets 2. That takes her total on to 18. And the score 29 without loss in over number 6.
Yeah, when you look at wicketkeeper Collymore, she is keeping back with her helmet on. What are your thoughts on that, Anil?
We see a nice cheeky shot here by Zyda James. She turns to 1, she's going to come back for 2, and she's going to get it very comfortable indeed. So a leg stump full toss. Zyda James just played that sweep shot into that square leg position and immediately turning for 2. Yeah, just coming back to your thought on the wicketkeeper having her helmet on. If she feels comfortable wearing it, why not? And Zyda James missing out here again. And I just think that she's guilty of not looking at the ball on the point of contact here.
Yeah, those deliveries, she seems to want to go with power rather than just trying to get it into the gap. Placement rather than power and missing out. But she got some contact on that one. Not signaled wide by the umpire. There's a short fine leg now. This one again is on the line of the leg stump. Worked away for another single. In fact, it's a leg by.
Well, that was a full ball on leg stump there. She was just trying to paddle it again. She might be well advised just to open up that right leg and hit that ball through that mid-on region. I think that would be a more profitable option for her.
Yes, you know, that on drive, not an easy shot to execute. The on drive, one of the more difficult shots to play. Marcelindo, she's on 3. Solidly behind that one.
So Marcelin not really getting her timing here. Struggling a bit with the rotation, but from a Windward Islands perspective, they've taken the score up to 32. And Zyda James, she's doing the bulk of the lifting at this stage.
Again, this one is pushed out to cover. And again, good fielding. Can't get a run.
So Nehemiah Maslin, they're just trying to take the piece there from the delivery, but getting too much contact. It races out to backward point, but there's no run. So at the end of over number 6, the Windward Islands being inserted here at the National Cricket Centre. They are 32 without loss. Zyda James, she's on 20, and Nehemiah Maslin on 3. So Howell just not getting it right. Could you a 3 overs to 12? She's struggling to get that alignment in terms of when there's rotation of the strike. So the adjustment of the line she's really struggling with the line.
I think as a result of that, we're going to see a bowling change here now from the southern end. Erin Dean. So first sign of spin. Erin Dean, it's going to be from the southern end with her off breaks. Yeah, definitely no. It's a bit of a challenge here for the Barbados team as to how they're going to restrict James and Maslin. Well, no wickets early on.
Well, I'm very surprised that the off spinner has come into the attack so early with the power play still in effect. There's still 3 overs in the power play, but I'm sure they have a plan as to how they want to bowl to both Zyda James and Nehemiah Maslin, and this is possibly the opportunity to explore that option.
Yeah, so again, those 2 deep fielders at long off and deep mid wicket. Starts with a full toss. This one is hoiked away into the vacant onside, and they're going to come back for 2 runs.
So is it a no ball? I'm just looking. But that ball was miles up in the air.
Yeah, very, very juicy start there from Erin Dean.
But Zyda James possibly just saying to herself, my goodness, I've just missed out. Excellent comeback from Erin Dean. Bang on target. Zyda James just stylishly come onto the front foot, plays it out to extra cover, there's no run. And here we see it again. Possibly trying a bit too hard here, Kadu. Not getting the line right. And umpire signaling a wide.
This one is punched away forward of point. Running very close to the boundary. Good work there. Keeps it down to just 2. Good work out there from Bowman. Alicia Bowman doing the fielding.
So Dean short and wide. Zyda James back and across. Cutting that ball away through that forward of point position. And she gets back for 2 runs. So that takes her score on to 24. That takes the Windward Islands score on to 37 without loss. So the Windward Islands making a very good start here indeed.
Very, very good start. 37 without loss halfway through over number 7.
And during the early exchanges, Zyda James, she's really shown what a quality batter she is.
A good delivery there from Erin Dean. Still a bit too short. James able to watch it all the way onto the back foot.
Yeah, she's very composed indeed, Zyda James. If she's playing up the front foot, if she's going onto the back foot, she seems very elegant indeed. Has loads of time to play those deliveries. And this one, she plays that paddle sweep, living dangerously there with Zyda James. And I tell you what, if you're going to play that sweep shot, you're going to have to go full-blooded. She's just trying to play that paddle sweep there. And that ball could have gone anywhere. Luckily for her, it fell into no man's land. And she gets a single.
Yeah, I think she's adamant with herself there. It's no sense playing that just a paddle sweep. There's a square leg up and a short fine leg. So you might as well go full-blooded.
And go up and over.
Yeah.
But there's no
certainly
one.
there for the
There's no.
shot.
There's no one at. There's no one at that deep backward square position.
So adjustment to the field again as the right-handed Marcelin comes back on strike. So and again it's short and going over cover region. Just a single. Bit of a dangerous shot there from Marcelin, but she's getting a single for it. At the end of
so
7,
Nehemiah
39 without loss.
Maslin doing exactly what her team wants. She's lending that kind of support. Zyda James, she's doing the majority of the heavy lifting, and there's absolutely no need for Nehemiah Maslin to do anything different at this stage. What they're doing is they're setting a very good platform for the likes of Janelia Glasgow and company to follow.
Yeah, definitely. They're batting smart, batting in partnerships. Of course, Maslin providing that stability at the other end.
And I would also like to take the opportunity as well to thank CWI for taking this bold initiative. You know, last year tournament was of a 20 over nature T20, and this year they've taken that bold step to play the 30 over format, which I honestly believe that all these young ladies, will benefit a great deal from, because as you know, in the 50 over format in the women's game, that's the format that most teams struggle to bat their entire allocation of 50 overs. So now with the introduction of this 30 over tournament, at the Rising Star level, it's very, very refreshing indeed.
Yeah, a lot more time for players to play a longer innings, a lot more concentration, slightly longer format. Let's Christian Howell again for her 4th over.
And what it does, it really gives all these young ladies the ideal platform, to go out there and, build an innings rather than just going hell for leather.
Yeah.
Maslin hitting this one out to that cover point position. There's no run. Just seems to be getting a little bit flustered here. Now it's Maslin. She's batting for quite a period of time, but she just needs to settle down, possibly break the wrist on contact there and get the rotation of the strike going.
Yeah, and Zyda James has done that very well early on. This one is a full delivery, worked out to mid-wicket, and again hesitation.
Well, that was an impossible single. That ball was drilled straight to mid-wicket. There was absolutely no chance they was going to get a run there. But luckily for them, Zyda James sent her back immediately, because that ball was creamed to that mid-wicket position.
Another play and a miss from Marcelin. Good over so far from Howell. 4 dot deliveries.
Yeah, Howell doing an excellent job for skipper there. Coming back nicely into a 4th over. Only conceding 12 runs thus far. Skipper will be very, very, very happy with that indeed. And flirting with danger is Marcelin there. Not moving her feet at all. Just trusting the hands there. And for the 2nd occasion in this over, she goes past the outside edge. So living dangerously is Nehemiah Maslin. She just possibly needs at this stage, if she doesn't want to play at it, if it's wide, just allow it to go into the wicket keeper.
So good over from Christian Howell. A maiden it is. First one of the innings at the end of 8. It's 39 without loss.
So the Windward Islands losing the toss here at the National Cricket Centre. Barbados immediately inserted the Windward Islands into bat. A lot to play for in this wrongful encounter at the National Cricket Centre. You are looking at the Rising Star on the 19 Women's Tournament taking place right here in Trinidad and Tobago. And we are at the centre of all the action here, right in the Balmain area in Central, the home of cricket in Trinidad and Tobago, the National Cricket Centre. But a very exciting contest is in progress at the moment, could you?
Yeah, definitely the Barbados team second from bottom of the table. Windward Islands in second place. Of course, Trinidad and Tobago women, they lead that table. And currently the Trinidad and Tobago women, they're in action against the Leeward Islands down at the UE Spec, St. Augustine.
Could you bring me up to speed with what's taking place there, could you?
Gonna get an update for you very shortly, Mr. Arnold. So it's gonna be Erin Dean again here from the southern end.
So Dean continues from the pavilion end. She's pulling to Zyda. James, this one is wide.
Yeah, just a quick update from that game. Trinidad winning the toss and asking Leeward Islands to bat. Leeward Islands after 10 overs are 30 for 2. Of course, that game taking place on.
And here we see she pulls out the reverse sweep. It's going to the boundary. It goes into the boundary now. But excellent execution from Zyda James there. Just going for the reverse sweep, getting the length, getting the line. And she executed to perfection there. Was Zyda James showing all her class there.
Yeah, excellent shot from James. Reverse sweep this time. Bit of innovation coming out. And getting the reward of 4th boundary. Zyda James takes up now to 29. Takes the score up to 44. Without loss, a rollicking start from the Windward Islands, considering all things.
Yeah, so we are into the final over of the power play here. 9 overs is the allocation of the power play. Only 2 fielders are allowed outside the 23-meter circle. So for the women, the men are 30 meters. The women, they are restricted to 23 meters. It's smaller in size. This one, Zyda James, rocks onto the back foot, watches it very carefully, punches it out. There's no run, so Erin Dean coming back. Very strong indeed.
Erin Dean and Barbados did want to break through here at this stage. Another wide delivery down the leg side. Good take there from Collymore. So they would want to break through at this stage. They would want to see the back of Zyda James. That opportunity early on, very first over. Wicketkeeper Collymore shelling that chance.
And I'll tell you, she has already inflicted 24 runs more to her total.
Cutting away nicely. His protection back there, just a single. But I think what's the impressive thing so far from James is that she's able to find the gaps. She's able to hit those gaps, play with precision, playing in front of her a little bit later. She's showing that at depth, which is good, and it tells me that she is learning. She is picking up a thing or two from the senior girls. She's up to 30 from 31, just under a runner ball.
And you'd expect when these young ladies come back at this level, you know, you want to see them dominate, having played at the highest level.
This one is going to be another wide delivery.
It's going to be a no ball. That one was totally out of the pitch. So a free hit in effect here. So Marceline will have the opportunity to take advantage of that free hit. Let's see what she does.
Yeah, chance here to open up the arms a bit. Nehemiah Marceline stuck on 4. Down the track. And just coming off the inner portion of the bat, can't get a single.
Well, taking the opportunity to come down the pitch, but what happened is she got so far down that she yoked herself, so she couldn't get the elevation there to execute. But very good intentions indeed from Nehemiah Marceline, showing some intent. Unfortunately for her, she's just struggling a bit to rotate.
Yeah, she would definitely want to start getting into her groove. Marceline again, she's driving nicely, but good feeling. I can't prevent the single, but it was a good stop at that cover position.
So nice flowing drive from Marcelin there, but excellent fielding. But because the fielder was all over the ground, they were able to get the single because the ball had ricocheted away from the fielder.
Yeah, Herbert it was. Tierney Herbert Myers doing the fielding. Cover position. Final delivery of over number 9. And 48 without loss represents an excellent start from the Windwards team. They'd be happy with that start. I'm sure they'd want to see Zyder James out there for most of the overs. This one again is swept away nicely in the gap. Thinking about 2, in fact. It's pulling up just inside the boundary, and they'll complete comfortable 2.
So an excellent sweep shot there from Zyder James, just going down and watching it and hitting it down into that backward square position there. So the 50 comes up for the Windward Islands in the 9th over. So it's the end of the power play over. That double takes Zyder James onto 32, and how well she's played here.
Yeah, definitely impressive stuff from Zyder James.
But from a Barbados perspective, Erin D not doing the job that possibly her skipper wanted her to do. Going for 18 in 2 overs, I'm sure we're going to see a change from the pavilion end, possibly at the next rotation of the over.
Yeah, well, it's going to be a bowling change now from the northern end. Tierney Herbert Myers into the attack. And now it's a different challenge for Holder and Barbados. They need wickets. They need to really break this partnership.
Yeah, so both Zyder James and Marcelin, setting an ideal platform, taking the score to 50 in the 9th over, and with 21 overs still to go. If they were to go at this pace here, possibly 160, 170 could be well be on the cards. Remember, they've still got the likes of Janita Glasgow in the shed.
Yeah, still some firepower to come.
But both these players, they have gotten a start, and it's important from the Windward Islands perspective that both of these players continue to build on this very, very promising start indeed.
Yeah, definitely 50 up inside the first power play. We're outside of that now, so a bit more protection beyond the 23-yard circle.
Well, now the Barbados team could take the opportunity and just relax the field a bit.
Herbert, this one is up in the air. It's falling safely, and it's going all the way for 4. It's James with another. In fact, it's Marcelin with a first boundary here for her.
Yeah, so Marcelin getting inside the line there and hoiking that ball behind square and breaking the shackles. So that boundary takes her on to 9. The score moves up by 4. It's 54 without loss in over number 10. Remember that Barbados earlier today winning the toss and deciding to send the Windward Islands into bat. The Windward Islands have definitely profited from, a chance that went a begging.
Yeah.
Wicketkeeper Collymore shelling that chance in the first over.
Yeah, and already it's costing valuable runs. This one is down the leg side. It's beaten wicketkeeper Collymore. It's coming very close to the boundary.
But it will have to be signaled a boundary because from our vantage point here, her boot, it just seems to be touching the rope there.
Well, Morris Allen, it was a substitute fielder on the park. As we take a look at it, giving chase. And right there, yeah, just seen some contact. The boundary ropes just moving when she picked up the ball. But the umpire, he doesn't have that luxury, so it's going to be
3 wides to the
3
two.
wides. So it's not going to plan so far here for Holder and Barbados. Herbert Myers already on 7 from her 2 deliveries.
But we're seeing excellent application from both these openers here, Zyda James and Marcelin. Marcelin, this delivery just gets inside the line, plays it nice and soft onto the onside. And from the moment go, Zyda James, she was motoring down to the other end. So it's not been only aggression, it's been good running, excellent running indeed from both these players. And Marcelin now, she is into double figures here, scoring 5 in this over. And that boundary, I'm sure, during the over would have done her confidence the world of good.
Yeah, she's up to 10 now. James is 32, 58 without loss. Take a look at the deep fielders. There's a sweeper. There is a long off. A deep mid wicket. And a deep backward square. This one is a full delivery. And just squirted away.
Yeah,
Third man area.
Zyda James yorking herself there. Very lucky very lucky not to be bowled there. Getting down at the very, very last moment and keeping it out. And this one is down the leg side.
Again, another wide delivery.
So we are into over number 10. The score 59 without loss. The Windward Islands profiting here at the National Cricket Centre. This one is played cheekily down to that fine leg position. She go for 1. She's going to come back for 2. And she's going to get it very comfortable indeed. So a nice little paddle there from Zyda James. And she moves on by 2. So that takes the score on to 61 without loss.
Still a delivery to come. So already 11 in the over so far. Pretty expensive over from Tiani Herbert Myers. And again, James doing the smart thing. At this time, she's just rushing Zyda James a bit there, a bit of premeditated stuff.
So Zyda James doing the right thing there, recognizing that she wasn't ready. She just pulled away.
This one is swept away. It's going to land short of the backward square fielder. Just a single. So at the end of 10, Windward Islands going along very smoothly here, 62 without loss.
And this score represents a very good start by the Windward Islands indeed. Getting to 62 without loss in 10 overs. Zyda James, she's on 35. Nehemiah Marcelin, she's into double figures. And at this stage, it looks very threatening indeed, Kadu, from a Windward Islands batting
Yeah,
unit.
when you look at the projected score, it's 186 if they continue at this pace.
So the Barbados bowlers, they're really under the pump here, not helping themselves too as well, giving away a lot of extras in the last 2 overs. You know, at least 5 overs were given to the opposition, so they're basically giving the opposition not only extra runs, but remember when they bowl wides and no balls, those deliveries have to be reloaded. So from a 30 over contest, 180 balls, you could be batting anyway in excess of 200 balls with the extras in effect.
Most definitely. And a lot of headaches for Captain Holder. There. She is looking for wickets. She wants to break this partnership. Who is she going to turn to?
Well, this partnership is very ominous indeed. They're just building block by block and really getting the job done for the Windward Islands. Both batters now very well set here. Zyda James seeing that ball as big as a breadfruit now. Anything off link, she's going to cash in.
Yeah, Erin Dean back into the attack. Both umpires there just converging. Not quite sure what is the issue there. Umpires are Colin Bryan and Passad.
Trishan Hola, she looking for some answers here. Could you at this stage, they are under the pump. What they require immediately is for Erin Dean, to dislodge one of these batters. But the Windward Islands prospering very well here at the National Cricket Centre, taking advantage of some very good conditions here. The sun is all out in all of its sunshine.
This one is cut away again. Good work at backward point. But in fact, she's not going to prevent the single. Good running from Maslin, getting up the other end. But yeah, this definitely now Anil is posing a different challenge for Trishan Hola. Where is she going to get wickets from? The bowlers that we've seen so far have not been penetrative enough to break this partnership. Where's she going to turn to?
Well, I think at this stage here, she possibly just needs to bring back one of her main opening bowlers here. Possibly a Sabi Calendar. Just bring her back maybe for over or two. Try and change up the pace of the game. Do something different. Try and see how she could affect a breakthrough. She really needs a breakthrough here now, skipper Tristan Holder. She's under the pump here. The Windward Islands have really ran away in the first 10 overs of this contest. And if they allow this game to continue as it is, very soon it will definitely be taken away from them. So
soon indeed. Erin Dean is tasked with trying to make that breakthrough. This one is driven out nicely into that field on the point boundary. Another single. So runs flowing here for Marcelin now, and James doesn't have to do anything out of the ordinary. Just basic cricket, and they're picking up runs. Runs are coming to extras as well.
So what Tristan Hola would be expecting from Erin Dean is to just stem the flow of the runs and get someone from the northern end to lend some support. Try and get some bowling in partnerships. But what is not helping at this stage is that they're bowling on both sides of the wicket. So it's very difficult to defend.
Yeah, that is always a concern for captains. You can't protect both sides of the ground.
Well, you can't set Lagley all over the place, can you?
This one is cut away again. And Bowman keeping it down to just a single. But just like that, James rocking back and cutting nicely. And she is showing her class here. 65 without loss.
So Tyler James oozing with confidence here at the National Cricket Centre, totally in control at this stage here now. The field now, it has been relaxed, and there are a lot of singles on offer, and possibly doubles as well. Once you hit the ball into the gap, I'm sure they're going to be pushing this Barbados team to the hilt.
This one is another full delivery down the leg side. Again, another wide. So not really helping themselves here. The Barbados team runs leaking. Yeah, possibly just about 15 extras already in this game so far.
I'd like to say a special good morning to Dexter. The man who has the responsibility of ensuring that these surfaces here at the National Cricket Centre is in optimum. Oh my goodness.
When you say, oh my goodness, I can't help myself. No ball. The signal there by the umpire. So a free hit. Another opportunity for Nehemiah Maslin to free the arms. And it's not going to plan for Erin Dean.
So Dexter and his entire crew here at the National Cricket Centre continues to do some excellent work.
Drilled it to mid-off. Oh, chance here for a run out. Oh, and another good return from mid-off there. It looks to be Najani Kamabach with the return. It was hit straight to her. And Marcelin wanted a single. There was yes, no, yes, no. And in the end, Marcelin able to make it home. But another opportunity, a half chance for Barbados.
Yeah, and these half chances goes up begging. It's going to make it even more difficult for this Barbados team. But Zyda James, that ball was hit like a rocket from Marcelin. There's absolutely no way that they're going to get a run unless the ball was missealed. So from the word go, Zyda James had already assessed that ball was traveling too quickly to that fielder at extra cover. But Marcelin, she was motoring down the wicket, but she was sent back. And luckily for her, wicketkeeper Collymore was unable to haul in the ball, and she was safely back in.
So a dot to finish off over number 11. At the end of it, Windward Islands 67 without loss.
Yeah, so the Windward Islands being inserted here at the National Cricket Centre. But the Bajan bowlers, they are struggling indeed with the left-hand, right-hand combination, giving away a lot of extras to the opposition. But take nothing away from Zyda James. She's played brilliantly. She's played the shot of the morning. She smashed a ball through that backward point like a rocket.
Yeah.
No one move.
Yeah, she's played some delightful shots. 4 boundaries so far for her. In fact, 5 boundaries for her so far in her 37. And
are we going to see the first 100 of the tournament here today by Zyda James?
well, I think if she continues batting the way that she is at this stage, we might be in for something special. But it's Herbert Myers again to continue. Pretty expensive first over 12 coming from it. James is launching this one. Oh, she didn't get all of it. Landed just inside of the mid-on, long on boundary. And she was able to complete just one. Oh, just a
so
single.
Tiani Herbert Myers there rocketing the return. But she only found Marcelin and away. So a very painful blow indeed affected on Nehemiah Marcelin there by Tiana Herbert Myers. But all is well. She's all set to go. But coming back to that shot, Zyda James trying to take the aerial route, not getting the connection, but getting enough connection to go over the fielder at that mid-off position. But good aggressive batting.
So when we look at the field here, and the deep fielders, that is, we're seeing a sweeper. And this one is pushed back up to Herbert, that delivery. So we're seeing a sweeper, we're seeing a long on, a deep mid-wicket, and a deep backward square.
Yeah, so these power play overs, they allowed 4 fielders outside that 23-meter circle. So we have a deep backward square, we have a deep mid-wicket, we've got a long on, and we've got the sweeper covering the extra cover boundary. This one is played down to the backward square. They're going to run a single, so that takes the score to 69. It brings Zyda James back on strike.
So now the field changes for the left-handed James. So now we're going to take a look at the field again.
And I'll tell you what, Kadir, it does take a physical toll as well as a mental toll on the players, especially when there's rotation of the strike and there has to be an adjustment in the field. Sometimes players are moving from one side of the field to the other, and it does take a lot out of them from a physical standpoint.
Yeah. Sun is out in all its glory. So again, this one is just touched into the onside, and good running there from Marcelin. Just realizing the opportunity for a single and completing it in the end. So mixing the aggression with good smarts is Marcelin and James. They're batting excellent in this partnership so far. Of course, James doing the bulk of the scoring. She's a runner ball 39. Marcelin playing a supporting role, 12 from 33.
Yeah, Marcelin doing exactly what her coach would have wanted in that, providing that rock at the top of the order and allowing Zyda James to do the heavy lifting. So Tiani Herbert Myers not getting her line right. But an animated discussion outside the boundary by the coach. And this one is played down to that mid-wicket region. The long off comes off the boundary. And it's only going to be a single.
Yeah, so a good comeback over here from Herbert Myers. Just 5 in it so far. 1 legal delivery to come. 72 without loss it is. Brings the dangerous James back on strike.
And this one, she's tucked up a bit there, trying to get inside the line to work it on the onside. That ball was spinning across her. All she could do is just lunge at it. It was played back to the bowler, and at the end of over number 12, the Windward Islands, they are very well placed at 72 without loss. Zyda James, she's going at a runner ball, 39 from 40 deliveries, and Nehemiah Masling, she's now getting in her stride as well.
Yeah, played an excellent supporting role, Nehemiah Masling. Take nothing away from her. She's just 13, but she's provided stability. She's provided a sort of a rock at the other end, and they've batted excellent so far.
And sometimes, one needs to appreciate the role that someone like Nehemiah Maslin is providing for this Windward Islands team at the top of the order. Here it is, Zyda James. She is going at a runner ball, and Nehemiah Maslin, she's just prepared to play that sheet anchor role and give that support. And at the end of it, she is doing exactly what's required. What she's done really well is that she hasn't allowed the Barbados team to open up their batting lineup.
Yeah, excellent indeed. So a bowling change here now from the southern end. Nijani Kamabach is going to pick up the attack. Maybe she can provide that spark that the Barbados team require at this stage. This one is drilled to mid-on rather. Good fielding from skipper Holder. And this is the sort of stuff that we want to see that could get the Barbados team back into the game. Good fielding, being aggressive in the field, taking the chances when they come.
Well, I do like the look, even after ball one from Nijani Kamabach, I do like her bowling action.
I think this might be the highest opening partnership we've seen all tournaments so far. This 72 unbroken so far. Flight to delivery, and again worked away to the sweeper. Again, another single. So 73 unbroken here, Anil, and we can't speak enough about how good these two have been.
Yeah, it has been a situational cricket. Being played by both the openers for the Windward Islands. Both players of a different nature. Zyda James, more aggressive intent. Nehemiah Maslin just prepared to help her partner by knocking it wrong and allowing her the opportunity to do the heavy lifting.
So from a Barbados perspective, what would you say? This one is a good delivery from Kamabach. What would you be saying here to skipper Holder? How do you try to get a breakthrough? How do you try to stem the flow of runs? We take a look at the run rate. It's above 5s. It's just bordering 6 to the over. How do you sort of get yourself back into the game?
And this one is worked out square leg, but Maslin gets in, so that single takes the score to 74. But just coming back to your question, it's important Tristan Holder, the skipper of this team, continues to be calm. Just possibly ask her bowlers, to bowl on one side of the pitch, and if they're able to do that, consistently over a period of time, then she could possibly bring some more fielders into that 23-meter circle and try and stifle this Windward Islands batters. So once she gets that opportunity where she could bring some more fielders into attacking fielding positions, she could stem the flow, and possibly by stemming the flow, you could possibly get the opportunity to chip away at the wickets. But at this stage, it's all Windward Islands, Zyda James and Maslin doing the business. And this one is driven down to middle off. Excellent feeling indeed, but she can't stop the single. So Najani Kamabach starting really well here, conceding just 3 runs in her first over, but at the end of over number 13, the Windward Islands being inserted here at the National Cricket Centre. They are 75 without loss, and Zyda James, she's batting brilliantly, scoring 40 from 41 deliveries, but take nothing away from Nehemiah Maslin. She's played her role extremely well, understanding what is required in this partnership and doing that to perfection.
So Herbert Myers to continue. Bowled 2 overs, none for 17. But I would...
And I'm still saying that Asabi Calendar should be brought back into the attack. At this stage, you really need to get a wicket. This one spins sharply into Maslin, but she gets an inside edge. It goes out to skipper Tristan Holder, and there is no run.
Again, seizing the opportunity to get a quick single was James. And runs coming by easily. Now, we look at the deep fielders here for James. There's just 2 fielders on the offside. There's a sweeper and a long off. And on the onside, there's a deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square. Now, I might be tempted here, Anil, a good delivery from Myers. I might be tempted here to just push the long on back on the middle on back to the long on boundary and possibly bring up that deep backward square inside the circle. Oh, this one is whipped away. Gets past Holder. Just a single.
Well, skipper Tristan Holder, she's under tremendous pressure because they're not stitching 3 or 4 balls together where she could say, okay, let me make a chain, let me try and stifle them. One good ball and then it's a full toss, it's a short delivery, it's a wide. So it's really not helping her as a leader out there.
And this one again is down the leg side. Another wide delivery. But I think though, bowling wicket to wicket, is that asking too much of these girls? Could they hit that wicket to wicket line and length? And maybe from there you could start building those dots. And possibly this one is up in the air. A fielder is trying to get under it. It's landing just inside of her. And able to come through for 2 runs.
Yes, it's one of those teasing balls that is hit high into the sky. Whether to come for the catch, whether to stay back and defend the ball. On this occasion, the fielder at the deep mid-wicket decided that she wanted to make a catch out of it. But in so doing, she overran the ball and allowed the batters to get the second run. So Maslin goes on to 18. And the score goes on to 80. An excellent delivery there from Tiana Herbert Myers. But a nice, tight defensive prod from Maslin.
Yeah, they've just not been able to string together those dot deliveries. Again, this one is worked away for another single.
So over number 14 comes to an end. The score 81 without loss. Zyda James, she's on 41. And Nehemiah Maslin, she's on 19. So at this stage, I I want to believe that Tristan Holer, she has no choice but to bring back one of her strikers here now. She desperately needs a wicket. She desperately needs to pull it back. And she could do so by bringing her one of her strikers back and trying to get that breakthrough. But at this stage here, both Zyda James and uh, Nehemiah Maslin, they've been very, very good indeed, mixing aggression with very tight defense. But it's going to be...
Yeah, Najani Kamabach to continue.
Yeah, Johnny Kamaraj bowling from the pavilion end. And I must say, I like the fact that, you know, I'm seeing some good things from this young off spinner from Barbados there, near Johnny Kamaraj.
Yeah, Najani Kamabach, another one of those who would have represented West Indies under 19. This one takes the outside edge. It's going down to that short third man area.
But we'll just have to wait and
single.
See what the umpire signals.
Yeah, no signal from the umpire. Runs it is.
So anybody in this bowling lineup seems like they're going to get a wicket is this young lady near Johnny Kamabach.
Yeah, that one another opportunity. A bit more difficult for wicketkeeper Collymore. But these are the slight things that, you know, when you're down and out, you want to be clawing on to these sort of opportunities. But again, you know, it's a lot of it is developmental for these under 19 girls, Anil. And you know, another day, another opportunity for them to sort of play cricket, get things right.
But what I'm happy about is the fact that, you know, the CWI has created a platform where they could come and showcase their skills, but more importantly, continue their development as cricketers.
This one is in the air and it's going to be taken. So Zyda James goes and Kamabach breaking this partnership. James, look at it, down the track and just wafting at it. And the calendar holding on to a good catch on the mid-wicket boundary. So finally they get rid of the dangerous James. And she goes for well played 41. So the score now 82 for 1.
So just as I was alluding to, this young lady, Nijana Kamabach, she is the only bowler on show this morning that looked like taking a wicket and getting rid of the dangerous Zyda James there, being caught at that deep mid-wicket position. So it's 82 for 1. Barbados finally breaking this opening partnership, but it has been very impressive indeed and coming in very quick time. 14.3 overs, they've motored their way to 82 for 1. Nehemiah Maslin, she's on 20, and skipper Janelia Glasgow strikes out to the middle. So taking a step here, trying to loft that ball over that deep mid-wicket position, not getting the connection, getting more height than anything else, but a wonderful catch at the deep mid-wicket position. So wicket number 1 goes long for the Windward Islands, but Zyda James, she did play her part in that wonderful partnership.
Yeah, definitely. So bit of a refreshment break here at the National Cricket Centre. As the players take a quick drink, we too are going to have some of our blue waters, and we'll be back with you very shortly. So wicket here for Barbados, much needed at this stage. Getting rid of Zaida James, who had to go caught on the mid-wicket fence by Calendar. She went for a well-played 41, brings to the crease now the captain, Janelia Glasgow. 82 for 1, represents a very good opening partnership by Marcelin and James. And now Glasgow, another good player, another left-hander, quite competent.
So no let up here for the Barbados team. Janelia Glasgow getting to 40 in the last game against Trinidad and Tobago, and unfortunately she was run out at a very critical juncture in that game. Had she stayed to the end, it would have been a very interesting contest going down, but she is doing it with the ball and the bat for the Windward Islands. Janelia Glasgow getting 4 wickets in that game. At one stage she was on a hat-trick.
So another good delivery from Nijani Kamabat. She is now providing a bit of calm to proceedings here. And just as I say that, straying down the leg side, how wide it is.
Well, she has struck Collymore, the wicketkeeper, a very painful blow just above the knee. And she's grimacing in pain there, but she seems to be okay. Wicketkeeping, it's a very tough job.
Tough indeed. You know, so much times we tend to overlook the amount of work that wicketkeepers do. It's a very, very difficult job. This one is driven away nicely through extra cover. The sweeper is coming around Dean, it is, keeps it down to just a single. So Glasgow gets off the mark.
Nice flowing extra cover try from Janelia Glasgow, getting off the mark immediately. But it brings Nehemiah Maslin back on strike. Important for Nehemiah Maslin now to continue the fight for the Windward Islands. She's a set batter out in the middle.
Short and pull away. Just overrunning it there was Bowman. Goes away for 4. So not a happy Cumberbatch. 4 to finish off the over, but a successful one for Nijani Cumberbatch at the end of 15. The score now 88 for 1.
Yeah, so a bad mistake at that deep backward square position, just possibly being defeated maybe by the ball taking a different direction, spinning away from her, but she should have done a lot better there. Nijani Cumberbatch, you could have seen the disappointment in the young lady's face.
Should have gotten a wicket in the over, and just what should have been just a single
resulted in a boundary.
Yeah.
So the Windward Islands just scoring a shade under 6 runs and over, which is very healthy. But it's going to be Tiani Herbert Myers from the northern end. She's going to be bowling to Janelia Glasgow. And this one is stroke out to extra cover. A lovely flowing drive. Skipper Tristan Holer doing the business there at extra cover. It's a good opportunity here now, Kadir, for both these spinners to really try with and lock things down.
Okay, this one again. Glasgow looking to sweep. And doesn't make proper contact, so a dot delivery. But yeah, a perfect opportunity here now for Barbados spinners to just sort of peg things back a bit and try to get themselves back into the game, keep picking up wickets. And again, Glasgow is looking to blast this one through the offside. Can't beat Holder.
So skipper Tristan Holer directing traffic from that very...
possibly a stumping chance. Goes a begging. And they're gonna come back for 2. This is gonna be tight. And she's getting home in the end. So
A lovely flighted delivery there from Tiana Herbert-Myers. It's spun across the left-hander, Janina Glasgow. Wicketkeeper Collymore, she didn't have a clue what was taking place. It was past her by the time she got up, and they got 2 byes.
Yeah, another opportunity to get rid of a dangerous player. This one is swept away. Just a single. Yeah, that was another opportunity there. Anil and Collymore, just again, that chance goes a begging.
But you can't fault Collymore too much. You know, she's trying her best. Unfortunately for her, you know, she's not having the best of days. So, you know, one has to take it into consideration. When you're playing a 30-over contest, it's 180 squats and counting. So I'm sure that, you know, being out in the sun is taking a lot out of her as well. But she's still there. She's still trying for her team. But more importantly, it gives her an opportunity to develop as a wicketkeeper. So the CWI taking a very bold move indeed by changing the format from a T20 format, you know, and instilling that, you know, these young ladies play a longer format. So adding 10 overs to the tournament now. So it's now a 30-over tournament. And, you know, kudos to the organizers and the entire think tank at CWI, you know, for taking this opportunity, for allowing these young ladies to have the opportunity to go there and build an innings and not having to think about, you know, it's coming to the end in terms of the balls and we need to do things differently. Here it is that we've seen from Zaida James. She had the opportunity, with the game being a 30-over format, to really set herself, build an innings, and, you know, showing, you know, that maturity that she could bat for long periods of time.
Yeah, she's certainly impressed at this time. Cumberbatch is going to continue here from southern end. Starts with a dot delivery.
So Nijani Cumberbatch, I really love this young lady here. I love her action as an off spinner. Just hitting the right areas with the odd ball going wide, but she's asking a lot of questions. Nice high approach.
Yeah, lovely flowing action from Nijani Cumberbatch. Nice high release point. Of course, she the only successful bowler so far. Into her 3rd over. 1 for 10. Her returns. So a change in the field here. Backward point is going back on the boundary. Long on is coming inside circle. The other deep fielders, sweeper, deep mid wicket, deep backward square.
So excellent leadership from Tristan Hooler. They are recognizing that there could be scoring opportunities if Nijani Cumberbatch goes full short and wide. So she plug that gap and bring the long on into that mid-on position.
Quick single taken. So good rotation of strike there from Glasgow, just touching it into the onside and up the other end. 92 for 1.
So this total is becoming very imposing indeed. Just 6 away, well, 8 away from that magical figure of 100. But it's going to be Maslin to take strike. Cumberbatch from the pavilion end. Nicely flighted delivery. This one is drilled back, but excellent fielding.
So good over so far. Can she finish it off with a dot here? Cumberbatch. This one is pulled away. So just a single to finish off over number 17. So just 2 singles coming from the over at the end of 17. It's 93 for 1.
Yes, and Najani Cumberbatch coming back here, coming to the bowling attack. 1 for 12 on 3 overs, and she's been very impressive indeed. Najani Cumberbatch really pulling back things here for Barbados, but they would need, you know, some support from the other end as well. if they are to really claw themselves back into this contest. But Janita Glasgow and Nehemiah Marsling, they will have other ideas. They will want to continue their dominance in this game by posting a formidable total indeed. We just passed the halfway stage, 13 overs still to go. So a lot of cricket still to be played and a lot of overs still to be bowled.
Yeah, just past the halfway mark here. And it looks to be a bowling change now from the northern end. Aaron Dean is back into the attack. 3 overs costing 23.
So Tristan Holer ringing the changes here at the National Cricket Centre. Flight to delivery. Goes past the head of Marcelin.
Marcelin now on to 25. Been there from the start. Excellent batting from her so far.
But she'll want to continue.
This time again, another dot delivery. So we've seen here at the fall of Zaida James that the Barbados team are able to just string together some pretty tight overs.
And that's what you want. You want bowlers bowling in tandem with each other. So both Cumberbatch and Erin Dean now, you know, stemming the tide with the scoring. But the fielder at mid-off there just losing her footing. So Marsling continues to prosper here. She moves on to 26. Playing a very good hand indeed for Windward Islands.
Yeah, still there. 94 for 1.
So it brings on strike Glasgow. Left-handed by Nitya. She bowls right hand.
There's a quick update in the Leeward Islands versus Trinidad game. And a bit of a misfield that is running very close to the long off boundary. And Glasgow is going to complete 2.
So excellent shot of the back foot, but the fielder there didn't get down in time, and it was through her before she could even wink. But good backing up from the long on fielder, cleaning up. The long off fielder cleaning up and only restricting the score to 2.
Yeah, just a quick update. 61 for 2 after 20 overs. The Leeward Islands girls. This one is banged away to the offside. Protection back there, just a single.
So Janelia Glasgow getting into the thick of things, hammering that ball through that extra cover region. And the score goes on to 97, so 3 away from that magical figure of 100, and still 12.1 over to go.
Yeah, looking very ominous from a Barbados point of view. Seems that they're going to be chasing well beyond the 100 mark. Yeah. Erin Dean with wide delivery.
But it had to be an over.
Umpire Brian just meeting on confirmation. No call. It's a no ball.
So just as we had predicted, that ball was outside the tram line and has to be called a no ball. So that's a free hit. So Erin Dean giving away a free hit at this stage here. 1 ball to complete the over. She'll have to defend a free hit in the 6th delivery here.
Pretty tidy over so far, just 4.
Well, I'm surprised she's not supposed to change the field because there was no rotation of the strike.
Yeah, field supposed to remain the same. Deep fielders, deep backward square, deep mid wicket, long off, and the sweeper. This one is pulled away over the head of the mid wicket fielder, and it's going all the way for 4. Good, powerful shot from Marcelin. Picks up a boundary and brings up the 100 as well.
So the 100 coming up in the 18 over is 102 at the end of over number 18, and that boundary takes Marcelin on to 30. So wonderful batting indeed. A savvy calendar, 3 overs to 18, Howell 4 overs to 12. Dean 4 overs to 32, and not really giving the kind of support to her skipper Tristan Hooler.
Yeah, runs leaking from both ends, really.
Well, they've been good in patches, but they haven't had that level of consistency that's required to keep these Windward Islands batters quiet for any extended period of time. So Marceline now, she's really motoring along, getting in her stride. At one stage, she was 12 from 20 deliveries, but she's really changed gears in the last 3 to 4 overs, and it brings Najani coming back. She's going to pick up the attack from the from the pavilion end. She's bowling to Janina Glasgow.
She's been good for her team.
She's been extremely good. Seems a very confident young lady. Najani coming back, 3 overs, 12 runs, 1 wicket. And how Barbados will want to continue to pry out another wicket here.
Oh, this one comes off the inner portion of the bat. Quick single taken. Inducing a fall shot.
Janila Glasgow eyes lit up with that half volley outside the line of the off stump. Just having a look at it, throwing her hands at that ball, getting the inside edge. Luckily for her, it didn't cannon into the sticks.
It's all hands there, no no movement of the front foot. Luckily for her, peel out for a single. This one again is lined on the leg stump, but can't beat short fine leg. So another dot delivery, and how Naijani Kamabash would want to pick up another wicket here. Already into her 4th over. So that would mean that she only has 2 after this one.
Now, Tristan Hooler, she will have to decide if she's going to bowl out Najani Kamabat, or is she going to take her off and keep her for the back end of the innings. We'll just have to wait and see how that unfolds. But Najani Kamabat, she's been the pick of the bowlers for this Barbados team. Bang on target and asking a lot of questions. And another day, she possibly could have had 2 or 3 wickets.
Yeah, really bowled well so far. Kamabatch, 1 legal delivery to come. This one is driven nicely into the offside. And, Marceline wanted a single. Glasgow was saying no, but all's well that ends well. A dot delivery to finish off the over. So at the end of 19, it's 103 for 1.
So Windward Islands losing the toss here at the National Cricket Centre and being inserted by this Barbados women's team. Very well pleased at this stage after over number 19, 103 for 1. And with Janina Glasgow giving herself every opportunity to play herself in. Marceline now is seeing that ball as big as a breadfruit. They could possibly look at really looking to press the accelerator possibly in the next 3 or 4 overs. So the run rate just hovering over that 5 run per over mark.
So it looks as though the captain is gonna pick up the attack. Trishan Holder gonna take the bull by the horn here. Holder has to really bring out a captain's effort. Taking up the attack here now from the northern end. Starts with one that is off the entire playing surface. So waiting the signal from the umpire, and wide, in fact, wide it is.
But I'm surprised that they didn't take the opportunity to rotate.
Yeah, not running the extra one. And this one again is down the leg side. So another wide. This time they do take the run on offer.
But the wicketkeeper Colin Moshi is really struggling behind the sticks there.
Yeah.
Not moving laterally to cover the line of the delivery, and I think that's where she's falling down. Kadir, not getting that leg. She's not moving laterally to cover the line of the delivery, and by the time she does make an attempt, it's already past her. So
Yeah.
she's having a torrid time behind the sticks, but you gotta give her credit. You know, she's there and she's continuing. And that has to be a no ball.
Yeah, definitely above the waist. Yeah, no ball signal from the umpire, so no legal delivery yet in the over from Holder.
So Tristan Holder, the skipper of this Barbados unit, trying to make an impact in this game, but not getting it right in the first two deliveries. 3 deliveries. So it's going to be a free hit. She's got to defend. And this one is hammered out to mid-off. There's no run. So Tristan Holder just...
and overstepping the line. Another no ball.
So that's a cardinal sin there. But it seems to me that somebody is outside the circle. Yes, the backward point. She was just hovering outside. But excellent observation from the umpires, picking up on it immediately and signaling the second free hit.
Yeah, elementary mistake.
Tristan Holder, she's not a happy camper at this stage.
Well, it's in fact now the first legal delivery of the over. And she's attempting a very difficult art here with her leg spin. Of course, just about to land. Oh, this one is in the air and over the head of Howell at mid-off and goes away for 4. And so up and over from Janelia Glasgow, a short delivery over the head of the mid-off fielder and away for 4. So it's not going to plan for Trishan Holder. Now we look at this field here, Anil, and it's a bit of a strange one, if you ask me, because there is a mid-off inside the circle, and there's also an extra cover who is very straight. Well, now they're making the adjustment. Extra cover is coming is coming more squarer now.
And
But
that's possibly what caused the confusion there. With that fielder from long off, looking at what was transpiring, they were of the opinion that the fielder at extra cover may have had the opportunity to catch a ball, and when it flew past her, then she had to react. So Tristan Holder really struggling here now.
Wide.
Another wide, another extra.
You know, credit to her. And this one is worked away for another single. Yeah, credit to her. She realizing that runs is leaking from that end with Erin Dean and Herbert Myers, who previously operated from there. So she's taken the opportunity to come into the attack. A real captain's decision. It's not gone to plan, but she's going to get full marks for her effort.
Well, she definitely, taking the opportunity here and taking the responsibility to try and do something different here to try and affect a breakthrough.
Good feeling from Howell at mid-on. In fact, it's not Howell.
So this one is trailed down to mid-on. Maston gets a single. It's going to move up by 1. It's 116 for 1 in over number 20 in the 20th over. So 10 overs still to play. And this one is played nicely. There's not going to be a run. Glasgow trying to take the piece, but that ball just ran off very quickly into that cover region. There's no run. So after over number 20, the Windward Islands being inserted here at the National Cricket Centre. They are 116 for 1 with Nehemiah Maslin. She's batting brilliantly on 32. And Janita Glasgow, she's on 12.
And I think it's safe to say now that we are definitely going to see the high score of the tournament to date. 116 for 1 with 10 overs still to come.
So if they were to go at 5 runs and over, they're still going to get anywhere close to 170. So 175, 185 is possibly on the cards here.
Yeah, and they've maintained that
Run rate.
they've
Yeah,
maintained that 5-6 run per over for the entirety of the innings so far. And again, taking another blow there is Collymore. She is going to be absolutely sore after this outing.
Yeah, she just seems to be struggling a bit, but she's still trying to do her work. And this is a leg stump full toss. That ball should have been put away, but hitting it straight to that mid-wicket fielder. There's no run. So, Maslin missing out there. And umpire is having a very close look at it, giving the bowler the benefit of the doubt there. Remember, those tram lines are only a guide. It's up to the umpire's opinion and discretion. And excellent delivery again from Nijani Komabach. Getting that one to spin a trifle back into Maslin. Maslin trying to access the onside. Just plays it out to mid-wicket. There's no run, so a very good over thus far. And this one is hammered back. Komabach doing a very good job indeed. Komabach into her 5th over. 1 for 14. Excellent returns thus far. But she would want to have some more wickets in the column, wicket column.
Quicker delivery.
Just changing up her pace really nicely. Komabach.
Well, after this over, Komabach is just going to have 1 over remaining. So, is she going to bowl her out here, or is she going to save that 1 over for somewhere in the back end there?
I honestly believe that she will have no choice but to bowl out at this stage. Because she won't, skipper Tristan Hula, it's important for her to get into the middle and lower order of this Windward Islands batting lineup. If Najani Komabach is able to possibly pry out a wicket or 2 in her 6th over, then they could really open up the middle and lower order.
Yeah, still 9 overs to come.
And Tristan Hula, she's running out of options. Now, the skipper, like I said earlier, I felt that she should have brought back Alexander, maybe for over or 2, and just try and change up the pace of the game. But she's sticking with the spinners.
Yeah, well, Tristan Hula is going to continue here from Southern End.
Well, she had a tough 1st over, conceding 13 runs, but backing herself to do the business here for her team. And it's great to see, the captain raising her hand up and saying, you know what, I am going to take the opportunity. I want to make a breakthrough.
Yeah. Yeah, that's where she's gonna get the full marks for that. She's attempted a difficult art as well, leg spin. It's never easy at this age group, at this age, to really master the art of wrist spin. Starts off with a wide delivery. I think when you think about wrist spinners, we did a game there with Windward Islands and Guyana, and there was Nia Lutchman from Guyana who was bowling leg breaks. She had really good control over her leg breaks. I think she bowled 6 overs for In fact, she bowled her. It was a reduced game, so she bowled her 3 overs for just about 5 runs and picked up a wicket. But it was impressive stuff because she had real control over the leg break. She was mixing up her pace and she seemed to have a googly or wrong on as well. This one is one down the leg side. Again, another wide delivery.
So had Glasgow gotten any connection there, she would have gotten at least 2 Kadir, but missing out again. Just trying to possibly overhit the ball, but her team profits by 2 wides. So Tristan Hula trying her best here.
So Marceline 32 from 65. She's getting another couple of runs here. In fact, she's going to get 4. Excellent placement from Nehemiah Marceline, beating mid-off and all the way for 4.
So an excellent off drive there. I didn't thought for a moment that it had the legs to go over the line, but she beat mid-off. But mid-on wasn't able to catch it, and she profits from a boundary. A lovely flowing off drive there from Nehemiah Marceline, drilling that ball past the bowler and mid-off as well. But Tristan Hula comes back with a very good delivery, but it still results in a run.
Yeah, just probably caught snapping there, Cumberbatch. Quick single taken. So 124 for 1. Field changes again for the left-handed Glasgow. Deep fielders, a sweeper. Deep mid-wicket. Deep backward square. This one is hoiked away. Mid-on is coming around, keeping it down to just a single.
So excellent feeling there at that mid-on position. So at the end of over number 22, Windward Islands, they are very well placed at 125 for 1. Zyda James, the only wicket to fall for 41, and how well she had played, but Nehemiah Marceline has taken on the heavy lifting now. She's mooting her way now. She's on 37 not out, and Janita Glasgow just playing herself in, nudging the ball around, working the singles, and whenever that scoring opportunity comes, she's trying to cash in. So 48 deliveries still to come in this innings.
48 legal deliveries, that is. Well, a bowling change here now. Cumberbatch is not going to complete her 6th over just yet. Gets Erin Dean back into the attack.
Erin Dean, she's had a tough time at the crease here, going for 32 from 4 overs. So important for Eric Dean to come back very strong indeed at this stage of the game. And this one is punched out to that extra cover position, but excellent feeling. There's no run. And this one is hit past extra cover. They're going to get a single. Extra cover just taking a piece of the ball there.
Yeah, I think there was a good hand there from, it looks to be Nia Wood with the hand at extra cover. This one again is punched away. Again another single.
The skipper Tristan Hula doing the feeling there at that extra cover position. Score moves up by 1. Marceline goes up by 1. She's on 38 now. It's 127 in over number 23. And this one is cut away. Going down into that third man position. They're going to turn for 2. And they're going to get it quite comfortably in the end. So Genelia Glasgow just waited on that delivery and bisected the backward point and that short third man there. And getting 2 comfortable runs.
Another wide delivery, full down the leg side. Glasgow looking to sweep, doesn't make any contact. So the deep fielders all on the leg side. There's a deep backward square, a deep mid wicket, and a long on.
And she tries to flat bat the shot, but only finding mid off. Glasgow carrying on from the last game, getting to 41. She's now 16, not out. And this one is bisected, extra cover, and it goes into the boundary. Mid of tried to have made a valiant effort to hold it in, but it went through her. That was hit like a rocket from Janelia Glasgow.
Yeah, powerfully struck, and the Cumberbatch just sliding to no avail, goes into the boundary for 4. So another 50-run partnership here between Nehemiah Maslin and Janelia Glasgow, the captain. 52 partnerships so far, of just the 54 deliveries. So again, striking just around that run a ball. So they've gone about it excellently indeed. Maslin is up to 38, Glasgow is 20.
So Janelia Glasgow getting to a rapid 20 from 30 deliveries, but Nehemiah Maslin, she's doing some of the heavy lifting as well. So putting her team in a very sustainable position at this stage. 134 for 1 after 23 overs. It's been brilliant right through the innings. We've seen some excellent stroke play, but more importantly, the running between the wickets has been very aggressive indeed. The Barbados bowlers, they've had a very tough day at the office here. Apart from Nijani Cumberbatch, none of them seems to have that control to really keep the batters quiet. Nijani Cumberbatch, really promising off spinner out of Barbados. They're showing a lot of guile, showing a lot of skill in this contest against the Windward Islands. But it's going to be skipper Tristan Holder to start back proceedings from the northern end.
Yes, skipper Tristan Holder already completing 2 overs, none for 20. It's going to be bowling to Maslin, who's well set, 38. Been there from the start. This time again she's working this one off the legs, and again she's gonna get another single.
It's a nice looking on drive there for Maslin. Just working that one down to that deep mid-wicket position. You're only gonna get a single. Skipper Tristan Hula into her 3rd over. 2.1 over. 21 runs conceded.
So again, we're seeing that extra cover who is, and in fact now she's going more to that regulation extra cover. Mid-off is up inside the circle. Long on is back on the fence. Also deep mid-wicket and deep backward square.
Flighted delivery there from Tristan Hula. Janelia Glasgow going for that booming drive. Not making contact at all. What a wonderful sight indeed. Excellent camera work by our cameraman.
Back and looking to force it. Doesn't make any contact.
Yeah, too full there to affect that cut shot there. It was too close to her as well as too full. Possibly just needed to rock onto the back foot and play that out into that extra cover region.
Return catch and put down by Holder. Difficult one. It was hit firmly, and she stuck out that left hand and couldn't haul it in. As we have a look at it again, Glasgow blasting that one back to Holder, and just a single. A difficult opportunity, you have to say.
Very difficult indeed. That was hit very powerfully back to Tristan Hula. And this one is played out to backward point. They're going to steal a single. And she's going to be run out. Yes, she is. So just like that, a miscommunication between Nehemiah Maslin and Janelia Glasgow. Unfortunately for Maslin, she's got to go via the run-out route, batting brilliantly up until this stage. And a miscommunication resulting in her run out there. She's not even in the frame there. So Barbados getting their second wicket. The informed Nehemiah Maslin going via that run out route. But excellent feeling from backward point, picking up and rifling the return to skipper Tristan Hooler. And she did the business, getting off the bails in a flash, but a wonderful hand indeed from Nehemiah Maslin.
Yeah, excellent indeed from Maslin. She goes, unfortunately, run out for 39, but credit to Kamabach and the Holder. They combined to get rid of her. So it's 136 now for 2. Anisha Fontaine, the new batter. Well, exactly what Barbados would have needed just to break that partnership. You know, however it comes. Got it via the run-out route.
So Fontaine, the wicketkeeper of the Windward Islands team. Anisha Fontaine. And this one is driven through extra cover. Sweeper comes off the boundary. There's only going to be a single. That takes the score on to 137. The projected score is still above 170.
So at the end of 24, it's 137 for 2. Just in the wickets column, just Nijani Kamabach, 5 overs, 1 for 14. But we've not, strange enough, we've not seen any of the opening bowlers return for a second spell. We've not seen Asabi Calendar, neither Howell. It's been spin ever since
but
the opening burst.
Maybe the assessment could be from the think tank is that it's more difficult to score against the slower bowlers rather than bowling the quicker bowlers.
But when you look at Erin Dean, 5 overs, none for 41. She's going at just about 8 runs to the over. She's not picked up a wicket.
Yeah, possibly just having a very tough day at the office here is Eric Dean. But she continues to fight for her team, the Barbados women's team, under 19 team. The deep backward square comes into the circle. Long on in position. Deep backward, deep wicket. And this one is hammered, but not getting the timing there was Glasgow.
Yeah, Glasgow looking to force it again. Doesn't make proper contact.
Yeah, just dribbling back to the bowler.
Again, she's back and cutting. And Wood again with another good hand. Kamabach is coming around, trying to keep it down to a single. She's done well, rifling a return. And keeping it down to just a single. She has been excellent in the field and with ball in hand. Nijani Kamabach. Gonna see her with bat in a moment's time. In the meanwhile, it's Erin Dean trying to affect another breakthrough for Barbados.
But Windward Islands definitely in the ascendancy here. Both Janelia Glasgow and Inesta Fontaine. She likes to play aggressively. And this one is worked out there into that square leg position. A direct hit would have had her in trouble. Excellent fielding there from that square leg position. Picking up and rifling at the non-striker's end. Had she hit, it would have been curtains for Fontaine. But the aggression continues here at the National Cricket Centre. This Windward Islands team, they're looking to really press the accelerator now.
Yeah, definitely the Windward Islands in the ascendancy, in the driver's seat, so to speak. This one again is drilled away. Sweeper is coming around, just a single. Both Fontaine and Glasgow now looking to press the accelerator. Maybe trying to get up to that 170 as projected.
Well,
Maybe
if they,
even 180.
well, if they go at a runner bowler, it's definitely going to get to 173, 175. If they were to get some boundaries here, it would really propel them beyond that. And a very, very close call indeed for wide there.
So just 3 singles in the over so far. Can she finish off here with possibly a dot delivery? Maybe just a single, Erin Dean. 140 for 2.
And
This one is up in the air, over mid-off and away for 4. One bounce into the boundary. So a boundary to finish off the over here for the Windward Islands. It's 144 now for 2 at the end of 25.
So Fountain getting into the party right away. Short ball and flat batting that ball over mid-off. It goes into the boundary. The score after 25 overs, 144 for 2. 30 delivery, legal delivery is still available, and we may still get a score of in excess of 180 here, could you?
Yeah, and Trishan Howell is going to continue. And no Christian Howell, no Asabi Calendar back into the attack. At this stage, 5 overs to come.
With 8 wickets still in the shed. You know, both Janita Glasgow and Inista Fontaine, they have the license to really go hard at the back end of this innings.
The deep fielders here at sweeper, long off, and the deep mid wicket.
And this one is trailed past extra cover, down to long off. It's only going to be a single, but attempting that second run. It's not on. So skipper Tristan Holder continues. 3 overs, 3.1 overs, 24.
So a lot of changes in the field. It's a short third man, extra cover, sweeper, cover. Straightish and the shortish mid off. Long on. Mid wicket. Deep mid wicket. Short fine leg. Square leg is coming inside now.
An excellent delivery there from skipper Tristan Holder, giving that ball some generous flight. Fontaine unable to get underneath it, and just drills it back to the bowler. And this one, she goes over long off.
Valiant attempt by Bowman, but it's going away for another boundary. Fontaine cashing in on a short delivery, flat batting this one over the head of Holder. And Bowman trying a valiant best, but can't stop the boundary. So runs continuing to leak here. It's 149 now for 2.
So a short delivery from Tristan Hula. This ball was flat batted by Fontaine over the bowler's head. A valiant attempt down at long on, but was unable to catch it before it crossed the line.
Switch of personnel down there. Cumberbatch is going down there now. This one is pulled away. This one is going away for another boundary. So Fontaine adding some impetus here to the innings. She's raced along now to 13 from just 6 deliveries. Again another short delivery and pull away nicely. One bounce into the boundary for 4.
Yeah, so a very commanding pull shot there from Fontaine. Just rocked onto the back foot and getting the connection, and away she goes for a boundary. So 150 up for the Windward Islands now. And this one, she muscles this one down to deep mid-wicket. It's only going to be 1. So Fontaine playing a little cameo here at the back end of the innings, getting to 14 from 7 deliveries.
Yeah, adding some impetus to the innings. Anisha Fontaine, wicketkeeper batter, brings Captain Glasgow back on strike. And this one is bouncing a couple of times before it gets to the batter, so I'm sure that is going to be signal a no ball.
And rightly so by the umpire. So 3 more added to the total.
No. So now it is safe to say, Anil, that we have just witnessed so far the high score of the tournament to date, 157 for 2.
And they haven't finished just yet.
Yeah.
And this one is pitched just inside that return crease line there. So another extra, another wide. So the Barbados team really falling away here. Oh, he's on the wall.
Yeah, but the last ball was got no ball. Oh, so he's saying that he is still on.
This one is pulled away and it's going down to the boundary. It's going to run very close. In fact, it's going all the way now for 4. So Glasgow helping herself along. Another boundary in the over. Swept away. And no protection back there. 4 more.
Yeah, so poor bowling from skipper Tristan Hula, just dragging that ball down. Genelia Glasgow just hoiked that ball over a deep backward square and getting a boundary, but we still haven't seen Asabi Calendar or Tristan Howell return to the bowling crease. I felt that at this stage the opening bowlers should have made a return, but they possibly seen things a bit differently from how we read it.
Well, it's alarming to me that Christian Howell has bowled 4 overs, none for 12, and she has not returned to finish off her 2 overs. Instead, Herbert Myers is back into the attack, 4 overs, none for 24. And it really seems to be a case where, in their assessment, it's better suited to bowl the spinners as compared to the seam-up options.
Well, it hasn't worked in this game. The score has rocketed to 162 for 2 in 26 overs, and 200 could be on the cards.
Yeah, definitely. With the way Fontaine is going.
Herbert Myers is starting really well. Yeah, Fontaine on strike to the off spinner. The ball spinning into the right hander. She would be relishing the opportunity to take her downtown. And that's pull away with very good feeling indeed by that fielder at the square leg position. Saving would have been a definite boundary. Had that gone past her, that would have gone into the boundary. But Herbert Myers.
Again, this one gets away from Howell and goes away for 4. Another short delivery, and Fontaine helping herself. She's up to 18 already, and this partnership has rocketed along. 30 of just 17 deliveries. Exactly what you want in the back end of the innings.
Yeah, so another short delivery, and this one she did get the connection as well as the placement, and it rocketed into that deep backward square position boundary for 4 runs. But a lovely comeback delivery. This one hitting the inside edge. It's going down to that fine leg position. They're going to be 1, and they're going to stay at 1. So that single takes the score onto 167 for 2.
Brings the left-handed Glasgow back on strike. more field changes. So the deep fielders out at a sweeper, a long on, and a deep mid wicket. Going past the edge, a dot delivery, much needed at this stage.
So Herbert Myers.
Back and cracking this one nicely off the back foot. And gonna just get two. But a lovely looking shot from Glasgow.
Yeah, backing away and accessing the offside brilliantly here. The sweeper doing some excellent work, running about 20 meters to her left. Making the stop. That the score after 27 overs. 169 for 2. And how well Inista Fontaine has played at the back end of this innings, really taking the pressure of Janita Glasgow.
Yeah, Anisha Fontaine has come in and really up the ante.
But what's important as well, it's great to see that, you know, these teams are capable of batting the full allocation of the 30 overs, and from a cricketing standpoint, you want to see, you know, the teams batting out the total amount of overs,
Yeah.
the allocation.
Yeah, that is really credible, really commendable from the
Remember
teams so far.
Remember, we've moved from a T20 format into that into this 30 over format, so 10 overs added to this new tournament.
Well, a belated return to the attack now, Chrisanne Howell, and she's greeted with a lovely looking shot over, long off, and away for another boundary. And so Fontaine again opening her arms, and look at it, flat batting this one. She's been impressive. She's gone up to 22 from just 12 deliveries.
Yeah, and just the ideal tonic at the back end of the innings here. Fontaine really playing a cameo at the back end here, dispatching anything offline or length, and helping herself to a quick fire 22 from 12 balls thus far. So Howell back into the attack. That one was short.
Yeah, I think it's a real lesson for Trishan Hall as a captain, you know, because there's a lot going on out there, and the field placings. This one again is up in the air, and landing just short of Bowman at long off, and again another single, but opportunity again, and just a bit hesitant to come off boundary.
Is that teasing ball in the air where you don't want to commit yourself fully to the catch. You just want to stay back and defend the boundary.
Yeah, it's a real lesson, Anil, for Captain Holder. You know, I'm sure it's something that she's going to take forward with her down the leg side. She's going to have to reload this one, Howell. I'm sure this experience is one that she's going to take forward with her in her career. You know, how she manages her bowlers, her field sets, how does she get that right? You know, and there's always that game within a game, I mean, in terms of her getting things right. And everyone is looking at her as the leader of the pack.
So excellent Yorker here from Howell. Nothing Janita Glasgow could do with that one except just try and negotiate it. It scoots out to that square leg position, and there's no run. So Howell coming back brilliantly in this over here. 2 consecutive dot balls.
I think you know, this has just been belated return to the crease here from
and that has to be a no ball.
And adding insult to injury, it's almost getting away for 4. Good fielding by Wood.
Yeah, great commitment by Wood there at the fine leg position there. But umpire signals a no ball. and a free hit. So the score goes up to 178.
Very, very,
14 legal deliveries still available.
very, very daunting looking total. Yeah, 178. Just 2 wickets down. Add another single to that.
So Glasgow just giving herself some room there and seizing on the opportunity. Some poor cricket from Barbados here, and Windward Islands very attentive to what's taking place out in the middle, and they profited from another run. So poor cricket from the Barbados unit here now. It's really falling away for the Barbados team here. Nobody backing up here. This one goes past the keeper. It's going to be one, and it's going to be another wide. And here we see Glasgow looking to take advantage at every scoring opportunity. So I'm sure the Windward Islands, they would be setting the trend here of not only having the highest score, but possibly challenging all the other contenders to get to try and surpass this total.
Yeah, certainly laying down a gauntlet here. The Windward Islands team, they've been mightily impressive in this game. So far, 182 for 2. One legal delivery to come in over number 28. So a dot to finish off 28 over at the end of it. 182 for 8. 2 legal deliveries, 2 overs in fact to come.
So 12 legal deliveries to come. 200 is still very much on the cards here. Two very well set batters in Fontaine and Glasgow. They would definitely want to carry on the excellent work and the platform that has been set by the likes of Zyda James and Marcelin.
So again, Anil, with 2 overs to come, Nijani Kamabach has 1 over left. And it's going to be Herbert Myers who's going to bowl this penultimate over. I'm guessing that Howell might finish off her spell. She's bowled 5 so far.
And it could be a miscalculation by skipper Tristan Holer not taking the opportunity to bowl out Najani Kamabach.
So in this case, Herbert Myers would have now completed her allotment of 6. And Kamabach, who's been the pick of the bowlers, this one is worked away 4 more, hiked over mid-wicket and away to the boundary for 4.
So flighted delivery and off stump here from Herbert Myers. Glasgow just lifting that ball over that mid-wicket, and it goes into the boundary. So the Bajan team continued to, the Barbados bowlers here continue to hemorrhage a lot of runs here, but while that has happened, the 50 partnership have come up, and excellent bowling there from Herbert Myers, coming back brilliantly here. Janila Glasgow was almost left down the track, but luckily for her, she made the adjustment and she got back in.
It's a good comeback from Herbert. How does she finish off this over? And not want to concede another boundary. Still 4 legal deliveries to come. And Glasgow looking to go big again. Peels off the outside edge. Gets a single.
But, you know, maybe, just maybe, if Glasgow goes with the tide of the ball is spinning across her. If she were to go take the option of going possibly over extra cover, she possibly might, be more effective, in trying to execute that lofted extra cover drive.
Yeah, with a shot like that though, Anil, you're going to have to hold your shape to execute that. And this one again is down the leg side, and good work. A good stop there from Campbell, Zelia Campbell.
So another wide here, we see Papa, David Williams taking on the action.
Of course, the Red Force senior team having their session here at the National Cricket Centre this morning.
Yes, the two groups in action, one at Prisal and one at the indoors. So a lot of exciting stuff taking place in preparation for the Super 50 tournament.
Again, another a difficult chance, a bottom edge. And Collymore doing well to get something on it.
So preparations are going ahead with the Super 50 team, the squad. And this one is cheekily played into that square leg position. It's going to get a single. So at the end, no. One ball still remaining in over number 29. 190 for two. What's your call? 200, Kadir? Or 198?
I'm going to say 199. Yeah, I'm going to say 199. See how that goes. Still one delivery to come in this over. What's your prediction though?
198.
198. Another wide delivery. Not going to plan here for Herbert. Penultimate over of the innings. Already conceding some 10 runs. Big swipe from Fontaine. Goes past the edge, but good result. That delivery finish off the over. So at the end of 29, Windward Islands 191 for 2.
So the Windward Islands being inserted here by Barbados, they're making a very good fist of it here, posting a very imposing total as well. With just 6 balls remaining, they are well placed at 191 for 2. And Kadir, things are looking very, very difficult for this Barbados team at this stage.
Yeah, really up against it, Barbados. Ever since this morning when Barbados won the toss, that seemed to be the only thing that they won so far.
Well,
it's been all Windward Islands since then.
Well, I'll tell you, the Windward Islands have profited from 4 excellent contributions. 41 from Zyda James.
And 39 from Marcelin.
Now Glasgow, she's on 39. And Fontaine, how well she has played as well. She's playing a blind of an innings, getting to 23 from 15, and she's still not yet finished.
So it's the final over. Howell is going to assume that responsibility. Starts off with a single, 192 for 2. Brings the dangerous Fontaine on strike. That might not be a bad thing at this stage.
Oh, Fontaine just seems to be, timing the ball very well indeed. Possibly looking to take the aerial route as well. And this one is trailed down to long off. It's only going to be a single. So that single takes the score on to 193. And this one is muscled down to long off. There's only going to be a single. Excellent feeling. So Howell, 3 balls, 3 singles.
So far, so good. Bongji is conceded just yet. In fact, she would have wanted to remain singles. No boundaries in the over.
So projected score remains at 197.
This one is pulled away. There is a fielder back there. Deep mid wicket. So again, another single. Calendar does the fielding. So can they keep it down to under the 200 mark?
Well, I'm sure Janita Glasgow, she will want to get that total over that 200 mark. Let's see how she goes about it here.
This time again, another. Bit of a mix-up. A direct hit. And Fontaine has to go. Glasgow blasting that one to extra cover. A good pickup from skipper Holder and a direct hit. And Anisha Fontaine was found wanting out of a crease. Look at it. Bullseye from Holder. And Fontaine goes for a well-played 25 of just 17 deliveries.
So Fontaine doing exactly what was required at the back end of the innings here. Just 2 balls remaining to finish their allocation of 30 overs. But excellent commitment from skipper Tristan Holer there. Even though it seems very difficult at this stage, she's still giving it her all. And a splendid piece of fielding there, picking up and knocking out the bails at the non-strikers end.
So very good final over so far. Still one delivery to come. 195 for 2. Glasgow is looking to hoik this one. All she's going to get is a single. So they definitely get it below the 200. So at the end of 30 overs, Windward Islands being asked to bat first. They've posted a formidable 196 for 3 on the back of good knocks from Zyda James, who had 41. Nehemiah Marcelin with 39, and Janelia Glasgow finishing with a top score of 42 not out. So Anil, a very, very good performance with the bat here from the Windward Islands.
Well, it is a very imposing total indeed, but the weather has changed here, and we're seeing the groundsmen getting into action here very quickly. It's becoming more and more ominous here. It's very murky at the National Cricket Centre. But the groundsman doing the right thing here, taking no chance whatsoever. Dexter and his crew pulling out that very huge covers indeed. But they're struggling because the breeze is very, very high.
And I think the rain is down as well. A lot of breeze. It's attempting to take the groundsman with them and their cover. They're doing a very good job at this stage in getting it out to the center. So, as things stands here, remember this, the CWI's Rising Stars under 19 Girls Tournament. This morning, Barbados winning the toss and choosing to bowl first. Windward Islands, in their attempt at the crease, got up to 196 for 3. And it was good efforts all round from them. Zyda James 41 from 45, and Nehemiah Marcelin had 39. She went run out. Anisha Fontaine with 25 from 17 really added some much needed impetus, and Janelia Glasgow finishing 42 not out. So that would mean that Barbados, they would need 197 for victory from their 30 overs. A real mountain to climb here for the Bajan team. So at this stage, 196 for 3. It is the Windward Islands in their effort. Barbados need 197 in their run chase. And with that, we're going to have a bit of a break here for lunch, and we do return with action again in just about 35 minutes or so. Welcome back to the National Cricket Centre here in Balmain Coover for the response of the Barbados as they're looking to get to, well, it's a slightly shortened game due to some lunchtime rains. It's reduced to 28 overs and they are supposed to get 189 as a victory target in 28 overs. And the Windward Islands, they were asked to bat first this morning and they got up to 196 for 3 in their allotted 30 overs. And thereafter we had some rains. So 2 overs were deducted and it's 189. Barbados are looking to get for victory here as we get ready for the bowling effort of Janelia Glasgow and the company. Certainly had a really good effort when they batted. Got up to the highest score of the tournament to date. Thanks in part to Zaida James, who had 41. Nehemiah Marcelin had 39. Skipper Glasgow with 42 not out at the end. And Fontaine with a quick fire 25 from 17. We just await the opening batters for Barbados. By the looks of it, it's going to be Janelia Glasgow to start off proceedings here. So from the onset, it's going to be the skipper who's going to be taking matters into her own hands. Of course, momentum would be on the side of the Windward Islands. So there they are, the opening batters for Barbados. It's Captain Trishan Holder, and she is going to be partnered by Asabi Calendar. So the conditions here now, sun beginning to peep out. Again, the ground staff did an excellent job in mopping up the conditions during the lunchtime interval. And here we are again for the resumption, the second innings of this game. So just take a look at the field as we start. There is a slip. Short third man, backward point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, a shortish mid wicket, and a short fine leg. So no deep fielders here. Early goings. So it's Glasgow with new ball in hand. So on, just worked away on the onside, can't get a run. Holder, of course, Barbados would be looking to Trishan Holder to really play a captain's innings here. That's what is required in this situation. Of course, Asabi Calendar, no mark with the bat also. This one is nicely punched away in the gap. This should go all the way for 4. In fact, it does. All the way. Lovely looking shot from Holder. And she picks up a boundary. So Barbados are off and running. A boundary of the second delivery from Glasgow. Exactly the start that the Barbados team would require. Field still remains the same, no change to it. Heavily stacked offside field. This time Hula is cutting again. And finding the backward point fielder. So 4 without loss it is. Janelia Glasgow, a real all-round player. Of course, batting at number 3 and opening the bowling. This time again, she's looking to force it through the offside. Doesn't make proper contact. So it's a real mountain to climb for Barbados, but I'm sure with a couple of partnerships, good, healthy partnerships, they could start chopping down at this total. This one is pulled away. Would only get 1. St. John does the fielding. So a Sabi calendar to take strike now. 1 legal delivery to come. And Calendar is leaving alone outside the off stump. So brings to the end the first over here in the response. It's Barbados 5 without loss after 1. Contributions all the way through for Windward Islands. They got a solid opening partnership from Zyda James and Naima Marcelin. Put on 82 for the first wicket. And then Marcelin and Glasgow formed another healthy partnership, 50 odd. So Barbados would be looking to repeat that sort of batting in partnerships. Selena Ross now from the northern end. Left arm bowler. Left arm seam up bowler. This one has worked away into the vacant third man area. This is going away for 4 more. So good shot from Hola. Just guiding this one into the vacant third man region and picking up her second boundary. Deft touch. And away it goes. So good looking start here from Trishan Hola and Barbados. So it's Ross again with a better delivery. Starting outside the off stump and shaping back in to Hola. Hola very watchful. So far a lot dependent on her. This one again worked away. Another boundary for Hola. This time flicking through the onside. And again it was in the gap. And again it went away for 4. So whipping this one. And picking up another boundary. The second one in the over. So flying start here from Trishan Hola. She's up to 13. So again, a stacked offside field. There's a slip, third man, backward point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, and a mid wicket. A loud appeal, and the finger goes up. Selena Ross striking here for Windward Islands, getting rid of Trishan Holder. Holder who started like a train on fire. And then Ross getting one to come back into Holder. And umpire Brian obliging. So the first wicket goes here. Barbados are 13 for 1. Holder goes for 13. Not the start that the Barbados team would have wanted. Holder started well, looking again to whip this one. And that little bit of movement tailing back in did for her. Completely missed that one. And I'm sure it would have been canning into middle and leg. So she has to go. Nijani Cumberbatch, the new batter, in at number 3. Selena Ross striking a huge blow here for Windward Islands. Left arm seamer, using that breeze to advantage at this stage. Pitching it up and getting whatever assistance there is on offer. So a repair job here required now between Cumberbatch and Calendar. That run rate at the start, it started just above 7s to the over. So it's Ross with the final delivery of her over. Short one, and Cumberbatch looking to pull it away. Finds fielder at mid-wicket. So a successful over for Selena Ross comes to an end at the end of 2. Barbados at 13 for 1. So Selena Ross finishing that over excellently well. Picked up 2 boundaries right at the start. And then she sort of got her line and her length right. Picking up the big wicket there of Captain Holder. So Nijani Cumberbatch and the Asabi Calendar tasked with repairing this damage. Early damage that has been done. Janelia Glasgow is going to continue here now from the southern end. Outside the off stump, and Holder is just Calendar rather is just shouldering arms. Watchful right at the start. Surface still a pretty good one. We've not seen any much demons in the surface. This time looking to cut, and nothing doing from the umpire. Another dot delivery. Glasgow keeping the pressure on here. Turned away onto the onside. Easy single for Calendar. She gets off the mark. 14 for 1. Nijani Cumberbatch had a good effort with the ball. Ball of 5 overs, 1 for 14. Very good all-round player as well. Of course, she had a 50 in their win against Jamaica previous game. So she is in some form. She'll be looking to carry that form into today's game. Field remains the same. There is still a slip in play, a short turn man, a backward point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and a short fine leg. Another good delivery from Glasgow. And she's just giving up an easy run. Was pushed back up the pitch to her. And Cumberbatch was just wandering out of a crease. And Glasgow threw and conceded a single. It's not going to hurt the Windward Islands at this stage. Another good delivery from Janelia Glasgow, finding a good spot on the surface. Wicket to wicket type bowler. So at the end of 3, it's Barbados looking to get 189 for victory. They are 15 for 1. There we see the ground staff at the ready again. It's beginning to rain here again at National Cricket Centre. The overhead conditions doesn't suggest that it's going to come down, but at this stage the umpires are just getting the stumps out of the ground, and the ground staff getting the covers on. From that southern side, it doesn't look too good at this time. So another stoppage here, another break in play for Rains. 15 for 1 after 3.1 overs. So at this stage, the covers are being pulled on here at the National Cricket Centre. Barbados, in reply to 189, they're looking to get for victory. They are 15 for 1. So we're going to take a short break, and as soon as we have play, we're going to come back to you. So welcome back here again to the National Cricket Centre here in Balmain for action here between the Windward Islands and Barbados. At this stage, Duckwood Lewis coming into effect. The target is 134 to get in 17 overs for the Barbados. They're currently on 15 for 1 after 3.1 overs. Lone wicket to fall, that of Trishan Holder, who went leg before to Selena Ross for 13. So it's Nijani Kamabach and Asabi Calendar looking to overhaul this target. Selena Ross with in the progression of a second over. Still 5 deliveries to come. Nijani Kamabach is on strike. So as it looks here, it looks to be pretty clear so far. Fingers crossed that we can't get to the finish line of this game. So just about getting ready for the resumption. Here it's Selena Ross who is going to continue her over. Nijani Kamabach on strike. The field is a short third man, a backward point, extra cover, mid off, long on, mid wicket, and a deep backward square. So a lot of work here to do for Kamabach and Calendar. Barbados really up against it in this game. Ross again getting some nice movement. And a bit of a misfield there from Marcelin. Results in 2 runs for Nijani Kamabach. But Selena Ross getting that ball to shape back in nicely to the right-handers. Lovely, tall, flowing action from her. Of course, ruin breaks and breaks in general are never easy to come back from. This one is driven nicely. Mid-off is going to do the fielding. No run. It's always stop-starts are never easy to deal with as a player. You got to get switched back on. You got to get refocused. But it's all in this game that we love. This time again, getting some movement, but driven nicely into the gap. Doesn't get all of it. Kamabach still able to pick up 2 runs, 2 good-looking runs. She is up to 5, 19 for 1. Field remains the same. Just 3 fielders on the onside. So one again is driven down to long on. Good fielding, just a single. So a single to finish off over number 4 at the end of it. Barbados 20 for 1. Remember, due to the rains, we have a slightly shortened game. Just 17 overs in which for Barbados to get 134. So at this stage is 114 required from 78 deliveries. Required run rate just over 8.5 to the over. So Janila Glasgow is going to continue here from the southern end. Captain of this Windward Islands team. Very impressive showing from them this particular game and in the tournament as well. Second on the table. Nice looking shot from Kamabach, presenting the full face of the bat. Can't get a run for it. Glasgow, wicket to wicket, really keeping things tight. No extras, no wides thus far. Very, very disciplined effort from her. Again, a lovely looking drive. Picking out mid-off, but she's still going to get a single. So with that required rate hovering just under 9s to the over, both batters are gonna have to get in and work in partnerships. Looking to cut there was Calendar, misses out completely. Both batters are gonna have to score equally well as the other. Full delivery driven out point, and picking up a single there was Calendar. So realizing now that gonna have to run these quick singles. Calling is gonna have to be precise. It's gonna have to be loud and clear. And the partnership here, you never know. This game of glorious uncertainties. Full toss, pull away. And will it have the legs to get to the boundary? Some good feeling out there. Keeps it down to just a single. Umpire signaling a no ball for height. So a free hit here now for Calendar. Chance here for her to free the shackles a bit. Sabi Calendar, 2 from 8 deliveries. Long on is going back. Rather, mid on is going back to long on. This one is up and over. Cover. And they're running very close to the cover boundary. Pulled up just inside. 2 runs taken. Nice looking shot from Asabi Calendar. Just didn't get all of it. Got enough to get it over the head of the cover fielder. Oh, good delivery, rising outside the off stump. Goes past the edge again. So a dot to finish off the 5th over at the end of it. Barbados looking to get 134, 26 for 1. The umpire there signaling the end of the power play. Feel now slightly more relaxed. We're out of that power play. So it looks to be Zyda James who's going to pick up the attack now from the northern end. Left arm orthodox. Recently debuted for West Indies. Senior woman. What a moment that would have been for her. Did pretty good for herself and contributed in the team's success. Went on to beat Ireland in both the ODIs and the T20 internationals. So here she is, Zyda James. This one again is driven pleasantly. Slight misfeel, just a single. Looking to hoik this one. Calendar peels off the inner portion of the bat. Picks up a single. Runs coming here for these two. Not particularly in boundaries, but they are rotating strike quite nicely. Deep fielders, a sweeper, long off, a long on, and a deep mid-wicket. This one again. Cumberbatch looking to pull this one and checking a shot. Gets it down to long on. .29 for 1, halfway through over number 6. This one is cut away, and a good piece of fielding there from Ross, using the boot to good effect. Picks up another single. Selena Ross at short third man. Again, another push into the offside. Sweeper is coming off the boundary. Sit down to just a single again. So 5 singles off the over. Keeping that scoreboard ticking over. Calendar and Cumberbatch. Driven a bit uppishly. Bounces just in front of field at mid-off. So a dot delivery to finish off the 6th over. At the end of it, it's 31 for 1. First wicket going down with the score on 13. That was Trishan Holder, who went leg before wicket to Selena Ross. At that stage, she had all 13 runs to her name. So it's going to be a bowling change here now from the southern end or the pavilion end. Abini St. John, new bowler into the attack. Another spinning option. As we have a look at the field for Cumberbatch. There's a short third man, a backward point, extra cover, long off, a long on, a deep mid-wicket, a deep backward square, and a mid-wicket inside 23-yard circle. Abini St. John. Oh, and she holds on. St. John into the attack and striking immediately. Cumberbatch driven into a bit of a false stroke. And St. John takes the return catch. And Cumberbatch goes for 11. Good safe pair of hands there from Abini St. John. Effects another wicket here for the Windward Islands team. They're all over Barbados at this stage. It's 31 for 2. As Nigeriani Cumberbatch's short stay comes to an end. New batter, Tiani Herbert Myers, in at number 5. Lovely flighty delivery from St. John. Leg break bowler. And picking a wicket, always an attacking option when you have a wrist spinner at your disposal. And Abini St. John providing that wicket taking option for her captain. So Barbados really up against it here. 31 for 2. That required run rate is creeping up just under 10s now to the over. 103 required and 64 deliveries. Again, another good delivery. from St. John. And you know, the thing is with wrist spinners, leg spinners, when they're able to get a wicket early on, it really sets the tone. Everything seems to be coming out right. And just as I say that, a real juicy full toss that Herbert Myers is missing out on. Hit straight to mid-wicket. Always a nice confident booster when they're able to pick up a wicket early on. Of course, it's a difficult art. And I commend all these young ladies at this under-19 level who are attempting to bowl those leg spinners. Again, another good delivery. Bang on target is Abini St. John. Wicket maiden from her at the end of 7. Barbados just stuttering a bit here, 31 for 2. From a neutral's point of view, it's been an excellent game in terms of the way the Windward Islands went about their batting. And you know, some indifferent bowling as well from the Barbados team. A lot of extras. They were bowling both sides of the wicket. But the Windward Islands batters were able to stay compact, solid, and to their game plan. Got up to the high score of the tournament so far. Zyder James is going to continue here. Really went about it in the most professional manner. Another good delivery from James. Again, pushes this one out into the offside. No run. Down the leg side, just seemed to brush the pad on its way through to wicketkeeper Fontaine. So it's another dot delivery. Again, Calendar looking to force this one again. Again, she's looking to hoik this one. Can't get proper contact on it. So back-to-back maidens here for Windward Islands. Really stifling Barbados. Score remains at 31 for 2. Trishan Holder and Nijani Kamabach batters to go. Still 103 needed from 54 deliveries. Required run rate now above 11s to the over 11 and a half it is. Difficult ask for these girls. Abini St. John and company not giving away too much. Very disciplined effort so far as compared to Barbados. This one is up in the air and the catch is taken. Another wicket goes. Herbert Myers this time looking to go over mid-off, and she has to go. Another good catch taken in the outfield, and St. John striking another blow here. Picks up her second wicket. 31 for 3. So those proliferation of dot deliveries are really resulting now in Windward Islands getting opportunities And they're holding on. So Zelia Campbell is the new batter. So all going to plan here for the Windward Islands. Really in the driver's seat at this stage, in total control. Zelia Campbell now looking to see how best she can get this bowling away. Catch was taken by Cheyenne Games. Cheyenne Games taking that catch at mid-off. So it's Campbell and St. John with a wide delivery. Oh, this time a no ball. But just gripping it a bit too tight there was St. John. Bouncing a couple of times before it got to the batter. No ball. Free hit signal there by the umpire. Umpire Passad. And another good piece of fielding. Very, very good fielding again there. Momentum on the side of Windward Islands. All players are showing that eagerness, that fight. Again, St. John is going to be called another wide here. Long forward is Campbell. Oh, the appeal is going up. The finger is raised. Another wicket in the over for St. John. Campbell goes stumped by Fontaine. A lovely flight to delivery, drawing Campbell forward. And that subtle spinning away from her. And a good piece of work there behind the stumps from Anisha Fontaine. And this Windward Islands team really providing us here with some very good cricket. Abini St. John picking up her third wicket. Just in a second over. She has figures of 3 for 3. What an effort this is from Windward Islands girls. Really bossing this game. Look at that. Drawing the batter forward. Ball spinning away. Keeper taking it and getting the bails off in a flash. And Zelia Campbell went for no score. So 34 for 4. New batter Chris Ann Howell. Just into the 9th over. And we're seeing that scoreboard pressure really having an effect on Barbados team. I was just about to say I'd like to see a slip in play, and I think Zyda James is going into that slip position now. Again, another lovely flighted delivery. So another successful over for Abini St. John comes to an end. So at the end of 9, Barbados really up against it here. 34 for 4. Looking to get 134 in 17 overs. At this stage, it's really difficult. 100 required from 48 deliveries. That required run rate at 12.5 to the over. Difficult task. Zyder James is going to continue into a third over, just conceding 5. And again, James is bang on target. Zyder James really impressing all here at the National Cricket Centre. Opened the batting for Windwards, got 41 good looking runs from off just 45 deliveries. This one is pushed up into the offside and it's going to get a single calendar. He scored 41 from 45 deliveries. Healthy strike rate. 4 boundaries in there. But apart from the boundaries, there were a lot of shots that was hit into the gap. A lot of rotation of strike. A lot of smart cricket in there. Innovation as well. 35 for 4. And now we're seeing her now with ball in hand. We're seeing what a tremendous talent she is. Speaking about rising stars. Certainly a rising star, Zyder James. Quicker delivery. Goes past the edge. Good take by Fontaine. Presence certainly rubbing off on the others. And this is what you want to see. You know, players returning from West Indies duty and really pulling the others with them. And it's apparent in this Windward Islands team. You're seeing the other players really eager and feeding off of the energy from a player like Zyder James. Loud appeal. Nothing doing from the umpire, and they're going to get an overthrow here. Slack work there from that field at mid-off. Ball watching a bit there. I'm sure Barbados are going to take them anyway, anyhow at this stage. Runs hard to come by at this stage. Another good delivery, pitching and spinning away there from Howell. So a dot delivery to finish off 10th over at the end of it. Barbados are 37 for 4. Just want to welcome back Mr. Anil Lakan, who was on duty. How did it go, Anil?
Very good experience indeed. Having the opportunity to do some camera work.
So real bossing this game here at the Windward Islands. 37 for 4. Excellent bowling, good fielding all around. And they've really done an excellent job. Backing up their good effort with the bat. With some good bowling and good outfielding as well. And Maya Gilbert, the new bowler, into the attack. This one is up in the air. It's going to land in between long on and long off. Just a single.
Amaya Gilbert picking up the attack from the pavilion end. Bowling round the wicket. Right arm off spin. Howell and Calendar trying to resurrect this Barbados innings. And this one is a flight to delivery on leg stomp. It's played out to backward square. Excellent feeling. It's only going to be a single. The score moves up by 1. It's 39 for 4. Remember, this game is now reduced to a 17 over affair. Samaya Gilbert having excellent figures of 4 for 10. Her best bowling figures thus far.
Calendar looking to launch this one. Maybe beating for pace. Maybe playing a bit too early. In
But
fact,
the umpire is signaling a dead ball. And she seems to be in a spot of bother.
yeah, wicketkeeper Fontaine there. It's probably
Pulling a muscle, possibly just feeling the effects. It doesn't seem very comfortable indeed at this stage. The umpire has gotten involved. They're calling on the physio.
yeah, she seems to be in some discomfort. Not quite sure what has happened.
So the medic and his assistant is
So 39 for 4 after 10.2 overs. Represents an excellent bowling effort so far from the Windward Islands. What was apparent too, Anil, in the Windward Islands effort? Seems to be a lot more discipline as compared to Barbados in terms of keeping a lid on the extras. Not much wide deliveries, not much no balls. Yeah, they seem to be a lot more disciplined. And as a result of it, you've picked up 4 wickets inside 11 overs. I mean, scoreboard pressure is also telling as well.
Yeah, what has happened with the Barbados batting as well? Because the game has been reduced, they now have to recalibrate the manner in which they approach the target. So one would, will have to, give them, cut them a bit of slack in the sense that they have no choice at this stage to possibly take some chances. And we're seeing that they're taking some calculated gamble. Unfortunately for them, thus far, it hasn't really worked out for them. Wickets continues to tumble here at the National Cricket Centre, but take nothing away from the Windward Islands team. They're a well-coached team. They're very, well-oiled unit as well, and they're very well led by Janelia Glasgow. And now with the addition of Zeta James, it just makes this team the complete package.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that missing puzzle with Zida James, I think she really is brought something that bit of effort, that extra, that oomph that they would have lacked. She brought that spark with her. And it really seemed to be a good, well-oiled unit. Gilbert now to continue. And again, it's a short delivery, pull away. And good feeling in the deep. Just a single.
So Gallagher getting deep into a crease, trying to hit that ball over that deep square-leg position. Not getting the connection though, but almost finding the fielder there at the deep backward square position.
A lot of flight there from Gilbert. Again, Howell is going to get a single.
And it may not be a bad idea, to adopt for the batters, especially when they're batting against the likes of Amaya Gilbert, to possibly take on a two-eye stance rather than staying side on. It will possibly give them that opportunity to get inside the line of the deliveries a lot easier. And this one is muscled down to that deep cow corner position, but some excellent fielding.
Yeah, Marcelin. Naima Marcelin, some good fielding, patrolling the boundaries excellently well. Covering ground and getting in a rifle throw.
So at the end of over number 11, it's 42 for 4. Calendar, she's on 10. Howell on 2. So 92 runs required from 37 balls. Well, it's not the end of the over, my apology. So the required run rate now goes up to almost 15 and over, Kadir. So it's becoming more and more challenging for the Barbados batters, to chase down the score. They really need to get a move on now. Both Calendar and Howell, they need to change gears. And they need to change gears very, very quickly indeed.
Yeah, at this stage though, Anil, it's really getting away from them. Regard run is just hovering at 14s to the over.
And a loud appeal there from Zeta James. Calendar pushing forward tentatively there. Possibly just struck just outside the line of the offside, but we're going to have a look. In comes Zeta James. And possibly just sliding down the backside there. Going down with the arm there. And this one is driven back to Zeta James. Excellent feeling indeed. And this is what we have grown accustomed to from this young lady, Zeta James. She's full of energy. She does bring a lot of energy to this Windward Islands team. And this one is lofted, and it's only going to get as far as cover point. So wicket number 5 goes down. Zeta James is on 4th over, picking up her first wicket here. So Calendar holding out to that cover position there, and wicket number 5 goes down. So Zeta James, 3.4 overs, 6 runs, and 1 wicket in the piece.
Yeah, excellent stuff from Zeta James. Calendar with no other option, no choice really. Had to look for the big shot. Just managed to take the outer portion of the bat, and a good safe catch there from skipper Glasgow.
And at this stage, every dot ball, the runs per over does really go to alarming proportions. And we've seen with 2 dot balls and a wicket, that has gone on to 17 in an over.
Yeah, definitely. It's Windward Islands certainly in the driver's seat. Aaron Dean, new batter.
Well, I'm sure it's also going to be very good news for the Windward Islands. The Trinidad and Tobago game being washed out against the Leeward Islands at the UE Spec. So with Windward Islands in the driver's seat here, both teams will now be locked at the top of the table, having 2 wins and a washout. Oh, what a wonderful delivery indeed. Zeta James just really wheeling away here at the National Cricket Centre. And just getting enough pitches to go out past the outside edge. So that brings the end of Zeta James over 4 overs, 6 runs and 1 wicket.
Yeah, excellent stuff from all the bowlers on show. Janelia Glasgow, 3 overs, none for 13. Selena Ross, 2 overs, 1 for 13. James, 4 overs, 1 for 6.
And Abini St. John, she's been the pick of the bowlers, 3 for 3.
Yeah.
So Abini St. John continuing to pick up wickets in this tournament.
Yeah, Beanie St. John has been really good so far.
But it's going to be Amaya Gilbert from the pavilion end. She's going to be bowling to Howell. And flight to delivery. Goes past the outside edge. No run. And this one is lofted. It's going to go to extra cover. And another one by Sados here. Janelia Glasgow taking the catch. Skipper Janelia Glasgow taking the catch. So wicket number 6 goes down here for the Barbados team. Flighted delivery from Amaya Gilbert, trying to go over the top, not getting the connection, and just spooning a catch to that extra cover fielder in skipper Janelia Glasgow.
Yeah, good safe catch again from Glasgow. She's really in the thick of things. 42 for 6. Maya Gilbert amongst the wickets now.
So the run rate has crept up to 19.7 runs per over.
No one.
So 92 runs required from 28 balls. Not impossible, but it will take something really special here from these Barbados batters to bring their team back into contention.
Solange Halford, the new batter. So Maya Gilbert striking in her second over, 42 for 6. This one is pulled away. It's going to get off the mark here, Halford.
A short delivery from Maya Gilbert. She just pivots inside the wicket and hits it down to that a short fine leg position.
All over the Barbados team here is Windward Islands.
The Windward Islands are all over this team like a rash.
Yeah. No deep fielders. Everyone inside of the 23-yard circle. Excellent stuff from them. This one is going to be a wide.
Well, it's a broad actually. It's so wide. Oh, flighted delivery down the leg side. Wicketkeeper Fontaine making a very good stop. Wicketkeeper Fontaine just moving smartly and collecting. And this one, umpire deems a wide. Very close call indeed. So the Windward Islands will want to close off this game as quickly as possible.
Yeah, definitely.
And this one is punched out to that extra cover region. There's no run.
So excellent stuff here from them. 88 required from 25 deliveries and finishes off with another dot.
So at the end of over number 13, the score 46 to 4, 46 to 6. 4 more overs remaining, and the Windward Islands, we could safely say at this stage, they're gonna be winning by a canter here.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say this one is done and dusted as a result. Windward Islands definitely in the driver's seat. 88 required from 24 deliveries. Abini St. John brought back into the attack. Figures of 2 overs, 3 wickets, 3 runs. Excellent returns from her.
So it's going to be Abini St. John from the northern end. Comes in. This one is played out to a cover point. There's no run. I see flight to delivery, loud appeal.
St. John on the money, not giving anything away apart from 2 wides previously. It's been on spot.
Oh, just as we was applauding her here, she goes down the leg side. Fontaine, wicketkeeper Fontaine, not able to hold it in, and it goes away down to short fine leg. So 2 wides, 2 added to the total.
48 for 6. 22 legal deliveries to come. Another good delivery. This one is in the air. It's going to land short of the backward point fielder. Ross makes a meal of it. Just a single.
Yeah, that ball just spinning away from Ross. And
so limping up to the 50-run mark here is Barbados.
excellent delivery. This one is played out to that short fine leg position. There's no run. So 2 deliveries left in this over. It's over number 14 in operation here.
At a similar stage, Windward Islands was 75 without loss. Barbados, a completely different story. 49 for 6. Abini St. John continuing to bowl well. 1 legal delivery to come. 3 for 6. More figures. This time, Holford is down the track. Can't get a run. Good fielding there at mid-on. Just 3 overs to come here at the National Cricket Centre. Of course, that game between Trinidad and Tobago and Leewards was washed out. No further play. Leeward Islands bowl out for 85.
So I'm sure that the Trinidad and Tobago team, you know, really suffering because of the weather up at the UE spec round, but it happens.
Amaya Gilbert to continue from the southern end. Again, this one is down the leg side. And again, signal wide by the umpire. 50 coming up here for Barbados.
So Barbados limping to 50. Flight to delivery. Trying to hit that ball through the mid-wicket area, not making any contact. It dribbles out to backward point. No run. So Gilbert from the pavilion end. Another flight to delivery. Just not getting her reader right here is Amaya Gilbert. That one slides down the leg side. Another extra.
Not afraid to give the ball some here, Gilbert.
So wicketkeeper Fontaine not able to get that one into the gloves. It just dribbles to that short fine leg position. There's no run. So we are into over number 15.
Game reduced to a 17 over affair. Of course, the Windward Islands, they would have batted their allotted 30 overs, getting up to 196 for 3. And it rains at the lunchtime interval. Had to be reduced. Again, this one is played out into the offside, no run. And the Barbados, they really never got going in their run chase. Kept losing wickets at regular intervals. That has pegged them back at this stage. 51 for 6, another dot delivery.
And you have to feel for this Barbados team. You know, we have had 2 rain interruptions, and every time that we have a rain interruption, they have had to recalibrate in the manner in which they approach their batting. So you gotta have to, you know, feel for this Barbados team, Kadir.
Yeah, definitely. It's never good. You know, it's never good with that stop-start, coming on, coming off. You have to refocus, think over your plans, and it's never easy. It's never an easy thing. And I'm sure that's going to pose a challenge for these girls.
And with the reduction in the overs, it doesn't make it any easier because based on your planning, based on a certain amount of overs, there's not much you could change, you know, when something of that nature happens. So we are into over number 16, Abini Sinjar, 3.1 overs, 6 runs, 3 wickets. So she's got the opportunity here, where she could possibly get a fiver.
Yeah, definitely. There's a slip in play. Pretty attacking field as well. It's a short cover.
This one played out to backward point.
Definitely skipper Glasgow giving St. John the opportunity to pick up more wickets. A short cover. 2 close catches on the offside. A short cover, a short extra cover.
Such has been the dominance of the Windward Islands team. The skipper,
Oh, what a good delivery. Pitching and spinning away.
skipper Genelia Glasgow. You know, there's no need for her to take the ball today. Normally one of the main strikers for the Windward Islands team, skipper Genelia Glasgow. You know, the Windward Islands has been dominant from the word go in this game. And this one spins away sharply, beats the outside edge.
Yeah, Janila Glasgow though, she started off proceedings for Windward Islands. Seam up options together with Selena Ross. Down the leg side, just seems to brush the pad on the way through. No signal from the umpire. 52 for 6. We're getting to the closing stages of this game. I'm sure the Windward Islands, they would be so happy with this result as things stand.
So that's going to be the end of Abini Sinjar's bowling figures there. It's the end of the 16th over. She's got figures of 4 overs, 7 runs and 3 wickets. So just 6 balls, 6 legal deliveries remaining in this contest, and the Windward Islands, they're going to win by a canter, and I'm sure this is going to do a lot for their confidence as well, going deeper into this tournament with the addition of Zeta James. That has really brought a breath of fresh air to this Windward Islands team.
Yeah, definitely welcoming back their star player, if you like, Zeta James.
Yeah, senior player with the senior national team. Abini is going to be Games.
Cheyenne Games. Bowl the final over here of this contest.
And this one is played out to backward point. There's no run.
Really putting the finishing touches on what has been a really splendid effort from Windward Islands team.
And excellent delivery again, beaten outside the off stump. Holford. And this one slides down the leg side. Excellent take from wicketkeeper Fontaine. So 3 deliveries to conclude this encounter between the Windward Islands and the Barbados team. She's back on target. This one is played down to that short square leg position. And a loud appeal, and the dreaded finger goes up there. So Holford losing a wicket here, going across her crease, trying to play that ball onto the leg side, missing completely and hitting dead center. The umpire had no hesitation there in sending her on her way. So wicket number 7 goes down for Barbados. Holford going via the LBW route.
Yeah, new batter. Just for the final delivery here, near wood it is. So Sheehan Games into the attack and amongst the wickets.
And it's great to see that Janelia Glasgow is giving some of her French players an opportunity to have a bowl as well. You just never know when you would call on these players, to play a part.
Yeah.
Someone could get injured. You just never know when you need, your reserve stock to come and do a job for you. So it's great to see that, Janelia Glasgow is allowing the likes of games to have an opportunity to roll her arm over in a competitive environment.
Yeah, most definitely. And I think though, once you have the luxury to do that, in this case, the Windward Islands, totally dominant. So,
So why not?
yeah, definitely, why not?
And sometimes teams, because they're so dominant, the players, some of the batters, like from 6 going straight down to 11, never gets a hit. And all of a sudden, the top order falls, and they now cast with the responsibility now of taking on the batting. And sometimes, more often than not, that does not work out because they haven't had a hit during the course of the tournament. But that's the end of this contest between the Windward Islands and the Barbados team. After 17 overs, the Barbados team finishing on 53 for 7. A very clinical performance indeed from Windward Islands. Barbados winning the toss today and inserting the Windward Islands, but they got some tremendous contribution from Zeta James, Marcelin, Janelia Glasgow as well, and a very good cameo as well from their wicketkeeper Fontaine. They amassed a total of 196 for the loss of 3 wickets. For the Barbados team, just 2 players getting into double figures. Unfortunately for them, the rain came. We had 2 rain delays, and on both occasions, the game was reduced significantly. So very, very tough luck indeed for the Barbados team, but many congratulations to Windward Islands. They continue to be very competitive. They continue to vie for honors in this tournament.
Yeah, definitely. It's been a clinical performance from the Windward Islands. They got up to the highest score, the highest total of the tournament to date, 196, and they went about defending that quite brilliantly with some good bowling up front. Good seamer bowling from Selena Ross and skipper Janelia Glasgow, backed up by their spinners. Abini St. John with 3 for 7. And also Amaya Gilbert amongst the wickets. So too Sheehan Games. And so in the end here, Barbados only able to get up to 53, which means that Windward Islands win here by 80 runs. Of course, on the Duckworth Lewis method, and it's been a total performance from the Windward Islands. Of course, Barbados, going back to this morning, Barbados winning the toss and choosing to bowl first, and Windward Islands, of course, being asked to bat. They put up a very, very competitive total, 196, and it was good scores all round. From all of their batters. Glasgow captain getting a top score of 42 not out, and then with the ball,
James scored a polished 41 as well. Marcelin, don't discount her contribution as well. And in the end, wicketkeeper Fontaine, she put the final touches on the innings. They're scoring a rapid 25 to really finish off the innings in style. So the Windward Islands led brilliantly by Janelia Glasgow, totally dominating this contest here at the National Cricket Centre. And when you look at the performance of this Windward Islands team, one could only imagine, what is going to happen in the near future, because it just seems to be getting better and better with every game. and I'm sure they're going to be posing a formidable challenge to all, going forward in this tournament.
Yeah, definitely. I think they're only going to get better from here, and it's about going back to the drawing board and still trying to, you know, put the puzzles together. Of course, never really a perfect game. There's always something that you could work on and could
Well,
better.
Well, for me, if you ask me, I honestly believe that for all these young ladies participating in this Rising Star Under 19 tournament, they are all winners in their own right, because
Yeah.
of the fact that they have been given the opportunity not only to come and showcase their talent, but to be part of a wonderful tournament that is of a developmental, and the players will grow from strength to strength as they progress over the years.
Yeah, most definitely. And of course, all of these girls vying for selection on the West Indies under 19 team, of course. So performances, personal performances are going to matter. It's going to be, a matter of how good you can do and how good you can perform for your
But
team.
but we have to also give a lot of kudos to the Cricket West Indies, for taking the opportunity to expand the tournament. Last year the format was of a T20 format. This year things have changed. They've added 10 more overs, so it's now a 30 over contest between the teams. And what that really does, it does give the batters and the bowlers the opportunity to have time to settle. Right, for the batters, 180 balls minimum
Hmm.
to bat. So it does really creates that kind of platform where players could now, really start building an innings from scratch, and doesn't have to think about, trying to change the momentum, if it does not require. And from a technical point of view, it's gonna develop their technical skills. It's gonna develop their mental skills, and I'm sure it's also going to develop their match awareness in terms of different passages of play, how they navigate through the longer version.
Definitely a lot to take on board. So there you have it, Arnold, with some words of advice to the young cricketers. So with that, we hope you've enjoyed this coverage. On behalf of the entire team, we'd like to thank you for your continued support, and we look forward to seeing you in the future.